dawn is upon us, as loud as new love. Ihlomenge mahlahla, now wala mahlahla ndlela, timbogodfo, bophez gomkono, bobambelela siyajika, vuga vila, lilanga liphumile, they are everything that glitters. The sing Hosanna to the King of Kings when all hope is lost. Abaduliba kokovula, because they are all of us, blue sheroes, heroes who need no capes.
From the bank that cares, we would like to wish all our blue sheroes a happy International Women's Day. Standard Bank. It can be.
Wherever your dreams take you, we can make it easy for you to take care of those you left behind.
Alo?
Hey mkhulu.
Musa unkosi yami mfana wami nguwe.
Ukufolile lokuncane.
Lokuku?
Wona mkhulu kulapha ecingweni.
Aso ubuke lapha uthi lomnakeni ukhona la kufakile lokuncane la licingweni.
Na imali mkhulu uyithumelele nga unayo.
Awu ngiyabonga kakhulu mfana wami. Buka phela sengisitile le mali sengizawubhadalela lo dzathe wenu lesikolweni.
Nga unayo ungakhokha imali ku-ATM, uthenge gesi noma i-airtime, uphinze ukhone kubhadala nga-scan to pay. There you have it, the Unayo app. Balisela Unayo lomuhla mahala ha. Facata *334# or download the Unayo app via the Play Store, the App Store, or the Huawei App Gallery. Standard Bank. It can be.
And we drive her growth. Standard Bank continues to live up to that pillar. Eswatini is truly our home and we drive her growth. Hello, my name is Nothando Mhlanga. I am here to present the Women Business Seminar. There's no better time to have this business seminar than on the 31st of March, which closes off the month of Women's Month as we celebrated International Women's Day on the 8th of March 2022. Here with me is some of the exhibitors for the show today. We would remember that Standard Bank had blue sheroes that they called on for you to vote for, women in business in Eswatini. Some of them are here to exhibit, and I'm sure you are excited to see the reveal of who these women are. We will get them revealed tonight to see who the winners for the blue sheroes are tonight. Come with me quickly. let's just have a look at some of the exhibitors here, the products that they have and the businesses that they run. With me here is the Waffle Palace. The Waffle Palace. Hello, how are you?
Fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm fine. What do you have here? I know this is the Waffle Palace, but for somebody who's watching at home,
Yes.
who's actually not sure what you do,
Yes.
do you want to tell us a bit just who you are and what you do?
Waffle Palace is located in Manzini, just by the Lifestyle Center opposite the Gulf filling station, where Jill Vincent
Jill
is.
Vicente, yeah.
It's just above Fresh Shop Fire Lift.
Okay.
So we serve sweet waffles
Yeah.
and also savory waffles with any sauce of choice. We have waffle pizzas, waffle burgers, waffles and wings.
Maybe let's really have a look, because not everyone is aware of what
No
waffles
problem.
are, you know. But here we are,
That is the
waffles.
waffles and wings.
Waffles
and then
and
any
wings.
sauce of choice.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Is that all you have here?
We also have sweet waffles.
Okay.
Comes with chocolate sauce or golden syrup or caramel sauce.
Tell us, how old is your business? How long have you been in business as Waffle Palace?
We've been open since 2009.
Oh, that's a long time. And
It is, it
and you're
is.
still standing. It's really nice to see businesses that are flourishing, because we know
Yes.
how businesses are always trying, but
Definitely.
somehow they just don't make it.
Yes.
Congratulations to you
Thank
guys.
you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, you're welcome. We will probably come back later to have a taste of your
right, thank
waffles.
you.
All right. So that was Waffle Palace. I'm sure you're already tantalized and looking forward to have a taste of their waffles. Like I said, some of the exhibitors here were nominated by you for Blue Sheroes. So now we're just going to go to the next one. The good things keep coming, trust me. We have Top Tier Cake here, who is a confectionery supplier. She makes cakes, as you can see, her lovely cakes and cupcakes, yes, cupcakes. So do you want to tell us a bit about yourself? Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I'm fine. Tell us about Top Tier. How long have you been in business and how are things going?
I've been baking for the past 10 years.
Oh my goodness, that's a decade already.
Yes.
Okay, how is that going?
It's going really well. I love baking. It's a passion. And after realizing, when I first started baking, I had a difficulty in getting ingredients, packaging and all the like. I had to go to South Africa. So I thought of opening a shop whereby I would sell the baking stuff.
The production.
Yes, your ingredients, your packaging, your cake accessories,
Okay.
and the cake as well.
Oh,
So
okay.
Top Tier has grown into a bigger business.
Innovation right there. I like that. I like that. I see you've got a display of amazing different varieties and flavors of cakes. Do you want to tell us a bit about what you have here?
We've got chocolate, and we've got carrots, and we've got vanilla and
Okay, that looks really, really yummy. Are the cupcakes coming in the same flavors as well?
Yes, it's vanilla and chocolate.
So this packaging is supplied by you as well. Talk about innovation. That is really exciting. I like to see women growing in business and being innovative. I'm very excited about this. Well done as well. We'll look forward to having more and more of your cakes. All right. We have more. We have more and more. Just come with me. Come with me. Let's go and see our next stall. We have the business of the moment, Lifespan Diagnostics. I call it the business of the moment because she's relatively a new business, launched around COVID-19 time.
Yes, February 2021.
How are you ladies doing? Fine, thank you. I see there's Lifespan Diagnostics and the Serum Scientific.
Yes.
Do you want to tell us what's going on? Is it one company? Is it what's going on? Just explain to the viewer.
No, we're sister companies.
Okay.
We gave birth to Lifespan, but Lifespan is popular now. Serum Scientific is a medical and scientific products supplier. We supply medical products.
Okay.
Yes. We have our new product, Aeroside. It's an air purifier, eliminates molds. It clears the air. It's perfect for offices. We have small devices for home usage in industries. Yes.
Well, was this birthed after seeing how COVID-19 came and really disrupted things? Because you say it does a lot of... I read your flyer earlier, actually. It spoke about of this business.
Yes.
Which is very exciting. I think the biggest take home for so far is innovation, innovation, innovation.
Yes.
Lifespan diagnostics. Tell us more about what you do and the direction that your business is going, because I've seen you guys are even venturing into cervical cancer screening. What's going on there?
Okay, so we are a lab. We're popularly known for testing in COVID, but we're working on expanding our testing menu. We do more than COVID testing, actually. We recently launched the HPV genotyping assay, cervical cancer screening test, which detects 30 low and high-risk HPV types. So it's very effective. We also do STI tests, and we also do, sorry.
No, it's okay. I think we've gotten the gist of
Yeah.
most of the work that you do, which is very timely, seeing that we're in a women seminar where most of us need to get screened for cervix cancer. It's something that we sleep on, but it's very needful and necessary on an annual basis, actually, to get ourselves tested, because we know how cancer has really been bad in affecting women because we don't have it checked out. So thank you so much. Well done, Lifespan, and we look forward to having more and more innovation from your side. Come along, let's keep it going. Some of the exhibitors, like I said, are not necessarily the Blue Shiro nominees, but we will still see the work that they do as well. Here with me is Mlembe, which is definitely not part of the Blue Shiros, but they are doing great things. They are doing amazing things. We have here honey, we have water, we have bottled water branding, and they just have so much more, actually, because I was surprised to learn that there's this table here which has brewed quinoas and a whole lot of healthy foods range, which is really amazing. I never knew. Guess what? There's even chocolate for that time when you have, what is this? When we are about to go on our periods. So I think Mlembe is quite huge and diverse. So do you want to tell us a bit about what you do and how long you've been in existence and the plans, obviously, because I know, like I've been saying, the one word that sticks out is innovation. I'm sure there's a way and a direction that you guys want to go already.
Okay, we are ERS. Actually, it's Eswatini Retail Solution.
Okay.
We do merchandising in the shops. That's where you'll find Mlembe. You'll find the people from ERS merchandising Mlembe. And also we do merchandise other products from Premier, which is Iwisa, Baker's Pride. That's what we merchandise.
Okay.
And Mlembe is our sister company, also with Green Mamba, which is health conscious food, and also the chocolates.
Oh,
Actually,
okay.
the chocolates, it's, you won't find it on the Cadbury and all those sweet things because it's health conscious.
It's a healthy supply. Okay,
yes,
that's
yes,
really nice. I think that's
yes.
comforting to know for
Yes.
our cravings. You know, we love
Yeah,
our chocolates,
true.
but we always hold back because weight and all of that.
Yes,
So I guess
yes.
this is the healthy alternative. Thank you so
Yes,
much for
yes,
that. So
yes.
this is not Mlembe. It's a merchandiser of the product.
Of their products, yes, and also Mlembe because that's our sister company.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
All right. No,
yes.
we are happy. Luchu, I'm excited to see Luchu on the table as well.
Yes,
All
because
right.
we do for different events.
Okay.
Yes.
All
yes.
right.
Yes. It's the branding also.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. For now, maybe let's take it back inside for a bit. We are not done yet. There's so much more in store. Let's just take it back inside. We'll come back to view more of our exhibitors today.
Thank you so much, Notando. Yes, we get to start. It's our turn. What a phenomenal display outside, and I think they're really reading the room by starting with dessert, huh? The showcase of everything outside, they started with dessert. They know who's here this evening. Good evening, ladies. Allow me to get through the standard stuff, please. Our house rules this evening. Please keep your phones on silent. Your Wi-Fi passwords are on your tables at your place settings. Feel free to use those, courtesy of the Royal Villas. Should you need a ladies' break to the restroom, the restrooms are over on my left. If I would please ask you to use the doors in the middle of the room to exit. If you're going this way, you'll just go around, and this way is almost directly to our ladies' room. For those who joined us a little bit late, we will not be having a break for food, so please do, you're welcome. Within my remarks, I won't take it personally. You're welcome to please help yourselves to food that is outside towards the lawn, towards the room at the back. And with all that done, we can get tonight started. Good evening again. Welcome to all of you phenomenal businesswomen of Eswatini, captains of industry, Standard Bank executive management and staff, looking so beautiful. I didn't recognize you outside of your work clothes. Professionals in various fields, esteemed media partners, and all of you present who are our distinguished guests this evening. It's so wonderful to have you all. My name is Linda Zwane. In my day-to-day life, I serve at Standard Bank Eswatini as head of data and analytics. Tonight, however, I am honored to be among you as phenomenal humans, but also to be your host and to guide you through today's proceedings. The secret I didn't tell my colleagues who invited me is I'm also here as the biggest fan of women. Yes, by all means. The biggest fan of women, of the incredible speakers we have with us here tonight. I am so excited. And of the sheroes who will be unveiled later today as well. Spoiler alert. I read something about being the average of the 5 people closest to you. So today, you'll notice I'll be close to everybody. I need you to be among my 5 to soak up some of the magic in this room today. So how are you doing, ladies? Okay, much better than earlier. You look great. A round of applause for you. You look great. Woo. I hope you've had a good International Women's Month. It's been a good one for me. I can't believe we're already at the end of it. But ngeSwati sithi longapheli kuyahlola, so it was a matter of time. I want to invite you guys to be fully present this evening. I know with everything that you are, all that you are, there's a lot on your minds, there's a lot on your hearts. But let's just take the next few hours to just be here, right? And enjoy ourselves. I hope you meet someone you haven't met before. I hope you make a deal you didn't think you would make. I hope this is otherwise just a really restorative, beautiful time in this beautiful environment. So now, in order to do that, I invite you to celebrate women with me, starting with yourself. Give yourself a round of applause for making it this far. I expect to hear the volume of that applause increase as you applaud yourself for how amazing you've been at work this year. Come on. And then I expect a standing ovation for yourself as you reflect on how, despite everything, and you know what everything is, you are here tonight looking as beautiful as you do. Come on. Yeah, no, you did that. Please be seated. The purpose of the Business Women's Forum is to celebrate the bold and resilient women contributing to the economic growth of Eswatini coming out of the pandemic. We're excited to host you this evening, having taken a hiatus from hosting events of this caliber due to COVID-19 restrictions. It was well worth the wait because you will have already enjoyed the buzzing marketplace on the lawn, where you can take some time to tour and purchase from some of the businesses owned by women in Eswatini. The forum will provide business women leaders with an opportunity to learn and get inspiration from women in and beyond our borders, breaking the bias in their business ventures. The theme for our forum tonight is Dream Beyond Our Borders. If you were joining us for the economic forum that Standard Bank hosted, was it last week? You would have been you'd have witnessed the really insightful presentation that was about opportunities beyond our borders and how, given our population size, it's almost a no-brainer to think beyond our borders as you develop and create solutions. Business resilience in turbulent economic times. Current global events create a challenging terrain for businesses, but each of you, no doubt, has the inspiring story to tell more than I do. So we're going to get underway. We have an exceptional lineup of speakers who will elaborate on how businesses can navigate the turbulences of the economy. We are also live. Jessica, we're live. on YouTube and Facebook on the Standard Bank Eswatini page and on Twitter at Standard Bank SZ. Good evening to everyone joining us online. We're glad you could be here. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, the real host this evening, Brand and Marketing Manager, Ms. Busile Skwane. Busile, apart from being an all-round phenomenal human being, is a seasoned brand marketing professional who joined the bank in 2018. Her passion for women empowerment is unmatched. And at the end, I'd like for her to come and set the tone regarding the bank's commitment to women empowerment Eswatini and reveal the 2022 Blue Sheroes.
Is around. Ladies and ladies, I don't even know where to start. I've said good evening. Linda set the tone. You all look dynamic. You all look phenomenal. I know literally today we've been planning this day for quite a while. With the team, I work with 4 dynamic women as well. Marketing is made out of 4 dynamic women, and of course led by myself. And I'm always grateful and gracious to have them really walking with me and just ensuring that today was made possible. So mine is really not long, but mine is very important. I think we've come a long way as a brand in terms of really positioning ourselves and also really showcasing the dynamic work and effort and resilience and boldness and really supporting the dreams of the women in Eswatini. When I look around the room this evening, literally, I'm so grateful. I'm not only grateful to God, but I'm really grateful to my employer for giving us such an opportunity to host all of you dynamic women this evening. So, at Standard Bank, we embrace women and really believe in their ability to create impact and change. We continue to support women in their careers and are able to create solutions that address their financial needs. We are championing that sees us not only supporting women to access financial solutions, but being deliberate and bold in supporting initiatives that uplift the lives of women in Eswatini. Ladies and ladies, I'm not even going to mention the gentlemen. I know we have a few gentlemen in the room, but today is about ladies and ladies. So, literally, the 2 years have been the most painful years for us as a marketing team. For the first time in our lives, we saw people to interact with humans face to face in one room last week during the Economic Forum. And we are extremely pleased to be interacting with women like yourselves this evening. And no better time to interact with women than a time where we're also allowed to at least keep our masks off. I know how frustrating it is seeing all that makeup all over your mask, right? Very frustrating. But really, mine today is, number one, to say thank you to you, because of you, we are. I mean, for us, really, we say Eswatini is our home, we drive her growth, but we can only do that as a brand because of the dynamic work that you put into this country. Because of you, we are contributing towards the economy of Eswatini. And again, I'm going to ask for you to give yourselves a round of applause this evening. So ladies, this evening mine is really just to reveal our 2022 Blue Sheroes, a series we started or kicked off officially last year, where we looked at all the women that were breaking the glass ceiling, breaking the barriers, challenging the status quo in various economic sectors. So at this point, I'm going to ask the few gentlemen in the room to help show you our Blue Sheroes for 2021, before I officially announce and unveil our Blue Sheroes for 2022.
A new dawn is upon us, as loud as new love. Ihlomenge mahlahla, nawala mahlahlandlela, timbogodfo, bophezu komkhono, bobambelela siyajika, vuka vila, lilanga liphumile, they are everything that glitters. The sing Hosanna to the King of Kings when all hope is lost. Abaduli ba kokovula, because they are all of us, Blue Sheroes, heroes who need no capes.
From the bank that cares, we would like to wish all our Blue Sheroes a happy International Women's Day. Standard Bank. It can be.
And there you have it. That was our 2021 Blue Sheroes. But a lot of you are probably asking yourselves the why. Why Blue Sheroes? We are the big blue, aren't we? We are the big blue. And because we're the big blue, very important for us as well, to support the dynamic work that women are doing in this beautiful kingdom of Eswatini. Now, again, we sat as a team and we decided, what are we going to do for women this year? We, of course, had a series of initiatives lined up as a bank, and on the 8th of March, Standard Bank Eswatini donated 298,000 in Malangeni towards the Women's Center at Elusitweni, where we supported a donation towards the installation of solar panels. That center ladies, that center houses women who have suffered from gender-based violence, but also women that have suffered from substance abuse. Now, we all know the impact of gender-based violence, but I'm not going to get into that tone this evening. We can chat about this one later. It's quite a touchy one. And following the 8th of March, so that's what we did to commemorate International Women's Day on the 8th of March. So we then also decided, very important for us to keep up with what we had started. We'd had quite a lot of women calling in to find out what are we doing this year. And of course, true to our mystery, we launched officially on social media a call out for women in business across Eswatini. We didn't specify which sectors. We really felt businesses across the kingdom and globally have been impacted to a point that some businesses even had to shut down. So for that reason this year we decided we're going to call out all the women in business in Eswatini, but we said they shouldn't vote for themselves, but we allowed Emaswati to nominate those women. We received over 70 nominations of those women in business, and we sat and had to go through a process of going through the businesses as well, and also, of course, going through the number of nominations and ladies that were actually vouching for those businesses across our social media platforms. And now I'm about to reveal the 9 dynamic women that came out tops in that challenge and in that search. So today is really not about us, it's about them and also all the women around here to literally clap hands and applaud those beautiful ladies. So at this point again, I'm going to hand over to the gentlemen in the room, just a few, to please unveil our Blue Sheroes for 2022. So ladies, it's really about to be time for me to step out of this podium, but that was just about it. Very proud of all these women and well done, well super done. I know we were all in a room literally frustrated thinking, who do we leave out, who do we keep? But the public spoke and the public has chosen, and again, really well done to the ladies. So now really just as I wrap up this evening, I'd really love to encourage you ladies to continue to dream beyond our borders. So literally bringing in all the women in business today was to look at how we can continue supporting women in business in Eswatini, but also allow women to learn from other women who are already beyond our borders and are doing exceptionally well in business. And that's why our keynote speaker. I'm not gonna steal the shine from Linda. She's actually already revealed. So I'm also looking forward to hearing what she has to say for us. But really from me, it's thank you for taking time. Thank you for joining us. We are because you are.
It can be. Woo. What a phenomenal list of women. I am so glad I wasn't part of the selection committee because top 9 out of 70, that's wild, but absolutely deserving, absolutely phenomenal. I was looking at our Blue Sheroes and I'm like, you know when you get people who see other people, how women see other women? You know, there's food represented there. There is technology. Lifespan was in there. There's lifestyle and eventing. Come on. All-rounders. It's phenomenal. So thank you to everyone who made nominations, who made sure that the people we are celebrating tonight are seen. And thank you for celebrating them today and beyond. I told you I'm very excited for this evening, so Smusile has to keep time on me. It is my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker of this evening. You saw her flash by in the presentation just now, but you're going to get a dip into her mind this evening, and really an important stakeholder talking to us about going beyond the boundaries. Zinhle is who I'm speaking about. Zinhle Matsebula. She is Executive Director of Cerium Scientific, CEO and partner of Lifespan Diagnostics. Zinhle is a seasoned entrepreneur and business executive with a proven track record of successfully setting up and running profitable businesses. She is an executive director for Cerium Scientific, as I said, an innovative pharmaceutical company which is a shareholder of Lifespan Diagnostics, a leading medical diagnostic laboratory in the Kingdom of Eswatini. Furthermore, Cerium Scientific has launched a branch in South Africa, based in Midrand. We are true to our word, beyond the borders. She is also a founder of Asavela Investments, which is an investment holding entity with interest in construction and property development. Her business interests have contributed to creating a direct employment of more than 50 Swati citizens, of which 95% of those are youth. Zinhle serves on the board of Businesswomen Eswatini, as chairperson of the Trade Forum Southern Africa, as a member of the Eswatini Labour Forum, and she has also served on a number of national committees, Eswatini. Armed with a B.Pharm from the prestigious Rose University and a postgraduate diploma in pharmaceutical medicine, plus a Master of Science from Stellenbosch University, Zinhle is a well-rounded businesswoman with solid academic qualifications. From one STEM hun to another, it is my pleasure to welcome Zinhle Matsebola. Gonna need more encouragement than that. A round of applause. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies. I'm sorry for this. Linda is still checking on something. Actually, that's the plan. We're supposed to start this with music. Sorry, can I take this? I like being in control. Can I take it? Yes, I like moving around. And this was supposed to be a ladies' night. That's why the men are doing this to us now. Linda, I'll wait for you. Yes. Can we? Yeah, well, can we all stand up? Go back. Sibo. Thank you. Okay, so I have that question, Mark, of who are you? This is one of the critical questions that every day you must ask yourself if you are not aware of who you are. Self-awareness is critical for success. If you don't know who you are, you will struggle in success. Studies have shown that only 15% people in the world, not women, both males and females, are not self-aware. Can you imagine if 15% of an executive management in a company, they have managers that are not self-aware of who they are? It starts with you. Success starts with you. They say behind every successful woman is herself. So what is very important, what is very, very, very key is to know who you are. Never amass the truth or the uniquely you. Be consistent with who you are And your success depends on your consistency with who you are. So bet on yourself. You got it, girls. Most of people will ask me who I am, and someone will say, I know you from somewhere. Who are you? And imagine Linda mentioned a lot of companies. What would I say? Will I still exist without those companies? Yes, I will exist, because that's not me. I will still be Zinhle without the 2 children that I have. They don't define me. But there is something that I am. This is me. I'm an innovator. I am a good negotiator. I am a relationships penetrator and a philanthropist. So when it comes to innovation, we're going to talk about it. But when it comes to negotiation, Standard Bank knows me very well. They know me very, very well when it comes to negotiation. And the reason actually I pointed this for, these are not only the attributes that I have, but these are the attributes that I want to bring forward to these women, very phenomenal women here in this room, and say they have led to my success. This is just what I innovate. Once there is a problem, I want a solution. And every time when I actually looking for the solution, it's not a solution that will pay me back. When I feel that Standard Bank is my stakeholder and I see a problem, I tell them, because this is what I have seen, and this is the solution that I'm thinking about. I remember one day I wrote a very, very long message to the CE, and what I think we need to do at Standard Bank, as they're very important stakeholders to me. Then relationship penetrator. I'm a very, very good in making and maintaining relationships. After today, I can know everyone here and know their birthdays and celebrate them. So then, for me, this is very, very key when it comes to relationship. That is my strength. I'm a relationship penetrator. I even talk to the hardest people ever, and they will say, yo, you are being loved by this hardest person. It's because I will know on how to maneuver when it comes to relationships. And a philanthropist. This comes, I don't know why names follow people. My second name is Charity. So I give. And I remember my uncle one day said, some people they're thinking you're just making donations, it's branding. To me, it comes deep from my heart. I will tell you a story about one of my, when I do hire people, I always want to have a team that have my weaknesses. So I actually hired an executive assistant. I actually don't participate in the physical interviews. And then I told my team, my ESCO, that there's a problem. I hired another Zinhle. She gives. You know, sometimes you want someone who will say, stop. It's too much. But it comes from the heart. And for me, I just want to see, I'm intentional about helping women to help themselves. If there is someone who's going to say, this is what I want to start doing, can I have capital? I'll rather give the lesson that I have. But God makes a way and actually do provide. And then there is the other thing about me. I intentionally educate myself. If there's a subject that I want to know, I interact with a lot of phenomenal men and women all over the world. And I read. So I remember one day there was know your friend thing that was going on social media, and I made my friend tick on what do I do on my spare time. And almost all of them, but one, they clicked reading. There was reading and sleeping. And they argued that the answer was sleeping. And they were like, how is how do you actually sleep on your spare time? You read. I'm like, I'm intentional about reading. I don't read because I have spare time. I have time to read. I don't do it as a spare time thing. When I don't have anything to do, I sleep. So I'm intentional about it, and I interact with a lot of authors, with successful people, because something that is very important, when you want to be successful, you must listen to success stories, because they will lead you to success. So, and then I want to actually acknowledge, I have a very phenomenal woman here who is leading in the forestry industry. She used to be my boss. I'm not sure now whether I'm the boss, but she used to be my boss. So there's actually a lot of things that she has introduced me. You see that book, Baked in Pain? She actually bought it for me as a gift. She's here, Kholiwe, please can you stand up? She bought me that as a gift. And she said, actually, I see you in that book. She read it. And can I tell you another thing? Standard Bank. She introduced me to bank with Standard Bank. So, because she knows that I like fine things in life and money, right? She got an SMS. Standard Bank, it was January, I remember. She's like, you see, I told you, this is a good bank. Now they are sending us, they tell you, if you need money, you can come and all that. And it was 50,000. I was like, what? I'm changing banks. They give you money. So she introduced me to Standard Bank. So she used to be in business, and you see, we were sharing an office. And she would be running around and laughing and like, hey, I call her Coco. Coco, you are so patient. So, I mean, I can't do this thing. I'm so impatient. And she told me one day that you can actually make a good business person. So to me, actually, she means a lot. And then I called, actually, Noma, or I sent her a message. I was like, I got this invite from Standard Bank. Can I have a +1? Because I needed her to be here. And the following day, she got an invite from Standard Bank. Just for herself. And then there is this one. I am a food lover. So that's me. So if you want to negotiate me with anything, invite me over dinner or lunch. Then you know you are sorted. So actually this shows my whole life, and I am a music lover. There is something not right here. Can the guys help us? No, they can't. They can't. I don't know what's happening. Yeah. Okay, then I wanna, actually it has missed a lot and lots of slides now. Yes. So this is my song every time, Osama, and I'm not sure why it's not playing. It was supposed to play. Is it okay, guys? Yeah, so this, to me, this is my go-to song every time I celebrate after a successful month. There's this one thing that I want to talk about. Now we are getting to a very serious stuff. The beginning of greatness is to be different. If you want to set yourself for failure, stay being the same. So that's what I have tried to do, to be different in any way and be intentional about it. Then there's something that is very, 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 very important. It's innovation. Standard Bank actually requested me to speak about the challenges that women have in business. So what I'm going to talk about is how to succeed in business, knowing the challenges, because business people know the challenges. Now let's talk about success, because all these women here are successful in business because they have risen above the challenges that we face in business. So what is very important is innovation. So intentionally at Lifespan Diagnostics, we're intentional about innovation programs. We wanted to be different. We wanted to do more than everyone else. So we saw what was happening in the industry. And I thank God because a colleague that is here transmitted COVID to me, and I got so frustrated when I had to test for COVID. So I was like, why not? Then let me own the lab so that when I get to think I need to go and test, I get the results the same day. Because the other problems that we have in Eswatini, we don't plan to go to South Africa. You wake up and you want something, then you just want results. So what we did at Lifespan, it is the first, and I think still is the one laboratory that we release results 5 times a day. So you get your results at 8 in the morning, at 12, at 2, at 5, at 8. So that you make sure that we are efficient, you get to South Africa or anywhere on time, because I understand people in business, they always want to travel and they always want efficiency. And then when it comes to innovation, we are still the only lab, and I want to challenge everyone. I don't like being the only. I want to start and people follow. I get frustrated when people don't follow. It means I'm not leading well. So we are still the only laboratory that has got a mobile app whereby every time you can actually order your appointment on the app. Now you can pay on the app and you get results on the app. So then there is something about innovation that I want to talk about. This is one aspect that is very important in business. You have to be different. So you must actually invest in research, right? I've heard a lot of people that are saying now like people that are vaccinated, they won't actually test for COVID. So what is going to happen to you? At Lifespan Diagnostics, we knew that when we started, that there will be a time. Because we invested in research. We currently have one officer that has got that position, research and product development, that sits there every time and look at trends and what is happening and bring solutions. Then what we do, I want to talk about Netflix strategy, because most of the time when we talk about innovation, we actually align it to products and forget about human resource. Because when you are innovative, you actually do something new. Is it a product, is it a service, or anything? So at Lifespan Diagnostics, and actually all the companies, the Serum Group, we have adopted the Netflix strategy. I'm not sure we have an HR here who knows the strategy. Netflix, they recruit the best and keep the best. If you are not the best, they will fire you and give you a nice package to go. So that is what we do. Most of the time, our recruitment at the companies that I own, it's very, very tight and competitive. Most people don't make it after probation. So sometimes when you actually hire you, we tell you that if you are not sure of yourself, don't resign where you are coming from. Take a sabbatical leave. Because you'll lose your job that you have resigned and lose here because you don't fit in our culture. So what we do, we are intentional that we want to only keep the best, and we will educate you for free. You don't pay us back. And we don't retain you and tell you, stay 3 years with us. If you want to go, you must go, because you want someone who's happy to work with us. So we actually, when it comes to resource, we're intentional, and our vision actually ties with Standard Bank when it comes to human resource and all that. You see, we are intentional about keeping the best, capacitating them, and only living with the best. And if you are not the best, you have to leave. And we are intentional, in every month, we are looking who is the weakest link. You have to nominate the weakest link. And if you are the weakest link 3 times, you tell me what happens. So we break your teams into self-sufficient startup. So that it comes to the strategy again. So we make them so independent in whatever that they are doing. And we encourage collaboration. So to me, Netflix and Google, they are one of the companies that are very, they come first when it comes to innovation. Then I want us to talk about focus. That's the other important aspect in business, to focus. Most people, they think if you run a lot of business, you are not focused. Yani, you can't be focused. So for me, this bird, the eagle, it's a very, very good example of being focused. Because actually, I like the characteristic of an eagle, but I want to talk about the focus one. Because when it goes to fish, it targets, right? And when it misses the target, it goes up again. It doesn't then look for something that is close, that it can then fish. And that is important in business, to be focused on what you are doing and do the best. Then I want to talk about Standard Bank. It has the characteristic of an eagle. That's why actually it's still my main bank. When it comes to seeing opportunities and problems. And I want to assure you, when it comes to Standard Bank products, and we can be in an interview, I can tell you your products more than most of your stuff. Because I always prepare myself. There was this other time I spoke to Kylan, you had 7 products for businesses, right? And there is nothing that you have missed so far. Standard Bank knows the problem of businesses, and they have actually given us all products that you need. You tell them, I remember when I actually wanted to buy something from China, they were telling me, we're going to allocate you someone, we're going to track for you. I'm like, what is this? Is this still a bank? Or so then Standard Bank to me, and this, it's a very, very, very important one. Perception in business. How people perceive you will determine how they will deal with you. There are opportunities that you will receive depending on how you are perceived, not on the reality, but through perception. And there are opportunities that you will be deprived because of how you are perceived. And the worst part of perception is fully depends on you. You tell the world on how they want to perceive you, right? So most of the time, people, when they meet you, hi, Z, you like traveling. Because I've given people that perception, right? I mean, between January, and this is February, March, I've been in international countries 4 times, not in Africa, 4 times. So someone who sees me, you are a traveler, ne? You like traveling. It's a perception, but does not the reality. I hate traveling. I have to travel for me to succeed in business. I have to go and see what is happening out there in the outside world. So this is very important, to go and make the perception about yourself, that you want people to perceive you. It might not be a reality. You must know wherever you are, because this is the kind of person that they want, and make them see that in you. If at Standard Bank, or if in your business, or if you want to be in a certain board and they want a tough person, become a tough person. so that they say, we have a tough person. So perception is very important in business. So there are opportunities. And congratulations to all the Blue Sheroes, right? And definitely they won because they made a perception that they are heroes in business. This is a very, very true, and sometimes people don't want to talk about this truth, the inner circle principle. It's not about what you know, but it's about who you know. There are actually things that you will get because you know, but there are a lot of things in business that you will get because of who knows you. So as business people, we have stakeholders. I want to challenge every business person. If you don't have a stakeholder management booklet, not even a plan, on how you manage your stakeholders, you will have a stunted growth. You need a booklet. And you map your stakeholders. Who is for me? Who is with me? Who is against me? How will I manage them? All of them, you need to manage them. Most of the time, we go with the who are for me. And there are those that are against you. You need to have them here in business. And those are the ones that you must keep very close. Because there will be time, I don't want to be political, it's in the policy that I can't talk about politics, but you know, there will be a time whereby some people will keep quiet because they know Mrs. M. They'll rather not take a decision. And you will win. So this is very important. It's, I meet a lot of young people when we talk about this. And I said there is a difference when you are running a business and a deal. You don't go to sell something because you know a person. That is a deal, I don't deal with you, but you tell me a problem that you want to solve, and I help you on how to solve that problem. If you are not solving every problem, but because you want to sell ties, because you know the person who can buy them, that's not business. So the inner circle principle is very important. Let's know our stakeholders. So actually my ESCO used to say that I don't like one of my favorite stakeholder, which is SRA, right? I remember because I talk to everyone and I'm unapologetic about it, right? I remember one day I called the former commissioner and I was like, yeah, I'm coming. She was like, what have my officers done now? What's nothing, commissioner. I'm coming, you know, you actually take more money than the shareholders. So I just want to see you guys. That's my man. I just want to go and see you and look at all those officers because you guys, you take 27.5% of profits. That's a very big stakeholder. So I was like, sometimes I need to go to SRA and just look at the officers and say hi because you guys take a lot of our money. So we have to know our inner circle principle. The inner circle principle is very important, guys. Please, all decisions that will be made, they will be made in your absence. The decision in Standard Bank to give you the loan, they will be made in your absence. So you must know all of them and be like me. Now at Standard Bank, I don't even know who's my banker. Even for the invite, I was called by 6. Someone called me today. And I'm like, you are the 6th person because I call everyone. And once my now has Standard Bank, hi, I have a loan application, how far? She was, no, it's not me. I'm like, oh, okay, then I call another one. I don't even ask, what do you do at Standard Bank and all that because I need to know, I don't know where will that application fall, in which hands, who will move and what. So it's very important to be known. And then there is exposure. You can never lead people where you have never been. You can never. There must something that you should test. And the ESCO, actually, my ESCO, I didn't know that Standard Bank invited them here. So we will make it as a joke. Every time when I travel, right, I travel with my team, at least two, from Serum, from Lifespan. I travel with them intentionally. And I will tell them, Guti, I will have a problem to have someone close to me that haven't had a sound of an aeroplane. And then you are saying me I'm innovative. You haven't had a sound. Then, seriously, all my executives have traveled and they travel with me. I travel with them. I go to Dubai. I want them to see the tallest building. I was like, so that they can see, Gutsi, there is something that can be tall. Because sometimes in a room, you can see, Gutsi, you are talking alone. You can't innovate when you haven't tasted or smelled something close to success. And this, actually, my graphic designer is here, right? I want to acknowledge her. She's here. So I realized, I told her, I want airports, ne? And I'm sure people don't know that airport there. But everyone here has been in that airport. Which one? This one. Hi, you guys are very, very smart. That's why you are successful. That's OR Tambo. Yeah, so that's how it is at aerial view, right? So, and King Mswati International, that's my airport, guys. We have to go there. It's an airport. Do you know, Guti, there are people that have never been there, and you have to. I mean, if the world can close again, I can take my whole team. I just want them to hear just the sound of an aeroplane, so that exposure is very important. Expose yourself. I was in Turkey, I think it's about 8 days ago. I was in Turkey. I saw how they test in the airport compared to South Africa. I was like, oh my God, if only I came here two years ago. I was like, now COVID mustn't come back because we will have the best testing station in Africa, because I saw it in Turkey. Yes, so let's go and expose ourselves. And exposure doesn't mean going to countries. Go anywhere where we have never been. You will see something new. And that's when you born ideas. I mean, I always tell people that when I'm in an aeroplane, I get time to think and innovate and write down. I remember in my trip to Dubai, I was busy. Then I was with one of the team members. We were actually writing a plan. And then there's a man next to me. He said, you are working? I'm like, yes. Hey, you must stop this thing of working and have your own business. I'm like, oh, thank you. And I continued because I was like, so if you're working in a plane, it means you're working for someone. But I just didn't have time to entertain such. I wish I could say, hey, when I can hire you. But then there is this thing, creative leadership. Creating leadership, I know, especially with the managers, with the CEO, we have rules, we have everything. Once you think of something at night, guys, you need to bend rules if you want to be a creative leader. You have to. And you have to be willing to work with half-baked ideas. We wait for a very long time, wanted to perfect something. Let's start with something. So we need to have a creative leadership when you want to succeed in business. So sometimes I have a very hardworking team. I remember one day when they were announcing, you know how the finance is far from the technical. He called us, guys, and I was in South Africa, can we have a meeting? I'm like, a meeting when? No, I think now they will stop COVID, so I need to talk about something. There's something that I need to change. I'm like, what time? He's like, I'm ready at 10 p.m. 10 p.m. And we did a Zoom meeting because we had to be creative and think of something. And it's very important to have a creative leadership. And then when it comes to winning, be intentional about winning. Be intentional about success. Organize your mind and everything you wish will happen. be intentional and be apologetic about it. Some people will tell you that they will see you, people will be so jealous of you. It's not about them. You know the perception, you know your stakeholders, you know you are intentional about winning and all of that. And one day, I think we will have another time when actually I want to talk about what has made me not even talk about fear of failure, because I can't even relate to it. I can't relate about fear that I will fail. And then there's this very important one, which is the last one, time. Time, I have actually coupled it with opportunities. Let me assure you, this is the only time this year I'll be standing here as a Blue Shiro giving this presentation. And that's the only opportunity that I had to grab. If it happens that next day I'm here, there's a problem with the person who will invite me. Because time, this opportunity is only now. And that's why I was like, I need to grab it with both hands because of time. So the concept of time, it's very important because every day, once it ticks, the opportunities are actually decreasing. So timing is very important. I used to tell my team that you can take a very good decision, but if you didn't take it timely, it becomes a bad decision. Ne? So sometimes we plan and we plan too long. Let's action. That's why in creative leadership, we are talking about ensuring that you actually willing to change, ne? You're willing to take an opportunity. So the clock is ticking, time is going, and now it excites me. You know, in business Eswatini, I was always be, the board member that is youth, and there is no any other time I will stand and still and say, hi, I'm Zinhle, I'm young, because this year I'm 36, I'm no more youth, time has gone, that opportunity to leverage on being young is gone. So when we are given an opportunity, you must just know, Gutsi, you have time, and time is a very important resource in success, right? And there is this thing that I always say, your wealth, your heart is where your wealth is. Where you invest your time, it's very important. That's why at home I was telling them, guys, we have to change. Now, for me and for sake of family business progress, Emalobolo should be shortened to 1 day. There is no 73 hours for celebrating people. Just for the family. If this family have to be successful, right? We have to change no more weekend, Friday to Sunday for such things. Because definitely, when it comes to time, I remember my dad passed on December, January, it was Gezemant. I wasn't there. I was like, guys, I'll be virtual. Because if I missed that opportunity in Dubai, I was never gonna get it again. My dad is gone, he's gone. I had an opportunity to celebrate him. So that time now, time is very important. That time, then there's time for everything else. So start as a business person and be unapologetic about it, and everyone else will follow. Thank you. And
Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much, Zinhle. Please give her another round of applause. Wow. Wow. Start, and everyone else will follow. I know it's not lost on everybody that they're setting a Guinness Book of Records by, dominoing a set of Guinness Book of Records. Phenomenal. I ran out of ink taking notes in that keynote. My goodness, what a brilliant presentation. I told you I'd be staying close. Do you see where I'm sitting? As a music lover, I can do that. I like music. Travel, yeah. I can do that. I can go to Makatsavane. Me also, I can go, yeah. Focus is where I started to search myself, and it's okay. We all have room to do better. Absolutely love that. Who are you? Behind the titles, they're Standard Bank executives, yeah? Who are you behind the title? Who are you when you're not being a mother? Who are you when you're not someone's friend? Brilliant, brilliant questions. And what are you intentional about? Today, I know you're intentional about looking good. You guys did that. And who is sewing into you? That bit, Sis Koliwe. Thank you. Thank you, Koliwe, not just for bringing her to the big blue, but just for sewing into her life, That book, I know we now all want the book. Spoiler alert, the author is in this room. We'd love to make copies of Baked in Pain available to you, and we'll definitely give you feedback. The author is very open to making that happen, so we'll give you feedback about how we can do that. And Lifespan is definitely my go-to. The moment they had that schedule, I said, we are being seen. It seemed so obvious, but it took a woman, yeah? Investing in research, investing in people, investing in being the best. Oof. No, I told you, I ran out of ink for my notes. If you have any notes, our hashtag is BlueSheRose2022. Feel free to post everywhere. We'd love to also just, when we are doing a deep dive, get your real-time reactions, get your input and your feedback. It would be brilliant to have that. Without further ado, we talked about focus, investing in research, investing in people, and it is my pleasure to introduce Mrs. Nomfundo Nzuzamyeni, who is also one of our best. Nomfundo heads up business and commercial banking for Standard Bank Eswatini, which is a 1.6 billion rand business that she's keeping afloat. And Zinhle, now you know who to call. You've called her. You know each other well. It is a pleasure and an honor to introduce our colleague Nomfundo. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good evening, ladies. Yeah, my voice is very small, Shem, so let my kinje, young booster, young sitter. I have a presentation. Yeah, it is. So at Standard Bank Eswatini, we really are passionate about our clients. And yes, Zinhle does call me on speed dial. When she calls, I wake up and I answer because she's going to call the CE as she's mentioned. But we love her. And we love clients like that because we get feedback. And a lot of what we're going to show you today is coming from feedback that we've received from clients. It's okay, you're a bank, you give loans. Yeah, but what else? What else, There's so much unemployment out there. There's so much, women actually will see, as Susan example, women are trying so hard, but nobody sees them. Nobody helps them. So what can we do as Standard Bank to help, not the ladies, only the ladies in this room, but the ladies that are not in this room as well. So just to quickly go through my presentation. how we partner our clients for growth. On my left, you see that is the woman's life. My family. I need to provide for my family and needs. I need to provide for my community and my business. Right. So to Zinhle's point, these are, and I'll draw a lot from her energy because I really loved her presentation. These are all the things that you need to worry about as a business, a woman in business. Let's start with the family. So education, medical bills, utilities, the household, transport. You're constantly, and we all resonate with this as women. Your children will wake you up in the morning, eventually, our children think we're walking ATMs, right? And I work for Standard Bank, so I can't even say. Good demand, and my community. So what am I doing in my community? I hope you can see the bottom there. We've got peer-to-peer. So in our communities, you have your favorite mage, as an example. That is you deciding not to necessarily go to, we can all buy at, the retailers, that's fine, they love it. Woolworths, I hope no one is from Woolworths here. I once saw Emma, apples are 200 and something. I'd say, how Woolworths? Hey, Anana. But you get the same quality on the side of the road. Right. Group savings, stock fair. I won't say show of hands who is part of a stock fair, but I think we would all be, and you also worry about cash, and you barter. I remember when, in my previous life, I was working in Standard Bank as well in SA, and, you'd run out of cash, and we had this community of Emaswati living in one, it was a sectional title, so when my daughter says there's no onion, you know what I'd say? Go downstairs to auntie and get 2 onions and eggs and done. So there's also a lot of battering, what I have, you need, and what I have, I can give to you. I also say I'm blessed with the job that I have because I have a lot of information. How do I grow? How do I help you grow your business? You can call me. I'm not a Zinhle because I don't think I can do what she does, but what I do very well is to help you grow your business. From financing to, thank you. From financing to seeing opportunities. So if access to lending, access to the markets, we are able to put you in touch with clients. So if you're saying, look, I've got all this product that I don't know, I don't know what to do with it. We're trans-regional, we're pan-African. We can find you a client that wants the same product in another country. So we don't only look at, Eswatini. We'll always say, yeah, Eswatini, 1.2 million people, it's small. Yeah, what can I do? Actually, you have access to the whole continent, if you think about it. And then information and support, I've just mentioned. And a lot of clients only come to us when I always say this, when you need money, you come to the bank. But when you have the money, you're nowhere to be seen, right? But come to us, because we'll give you ideas, we'll help you, we'll see where your business is growing, we'll look at your financial information, analyze it. Even if you don't need a loan, we can also, try and help you with diversifying, your portfolio. And to Zinhle's earlier point, COVID was going to come to not an end necessarily, but to normalcy. And you needed to find new opportunities. So where do you go? You can speak to your bank. We are here. Future fit business. This is very scary because we know that our children are going to school to, they're learning for jobs that haven't been created now. you know. So how do we and then see dinosaur like, you know, now they're talking about the cloud, and you're like, okay, not that cloud out there. There's a cloud, you know. So we need to keep evolving. We need to keep learning. We need to, and as bankers as well, you know. So what if you can give me money? I want more. And future fit solutions. The next slide, please. So at Standard Bank, what we do very well is ecosystem focus. I'll talk a little bit about that. So what we do is, and I have mentioned it as well, we focus on one big client. I won't mention clients' names today because, you know, yeah. We focus on one big client, and then we link your business within that, we call it an ecosystem. So if you're a member of this ecosystem, it's very easy for you to get funding. Because where are you going to get your source of repayment? From this big client that you service. So if you're part of and you cannot be part of an ecosystem, right? Because then we look at the value chain of that ecosystem of which you are part of. And a lot of the businesses that we have today are part of this ecosystem that we finance. So you don't have to worry about, you know, order financing. You've got an order, you don't know what to do, where am I going to go? Come to us, speak to us. 99%, unless your accounts are really, really bad. You can still speak to us, but we probably won't give you the money. We'll tell you to fix your accounts first, because we cannot lend to, you know, if your debit orders are bouncing and your company is insolvent and, you know, you are spending more than your revenue, et cetera, et cetera. So we will help you out of that financial trouble, and then we will lend to you. Rehabilitation takes about 6 to 12 months. So if you are patient, we will literally come over and take over your business. And when I say take over, I mean for every transaction, we will give you advice. We are there. Weekly meetings. What did you do this week? What happened to this money? Because, yo, guys, some of our SMEs, not you ladies, come for a loan. Next thing, they're driving the latest, you know, Ford Ranger. And we ask about the stock. So what happened to the stock? Dololo stock. But there's a Ford Ranger. So we make sure that you buy stock. So our order financing, invoice discounting facilities, we actually make sure that you actually take the money for what it is used for. Because guess what's going to happen? It's going to grow your business, right? I won't talk to all of this because it's quite a busy slide. It's just to give you ladies a flavor to say whatever sector you are, we are there. Solutions, we've got, you know, focus on public sector, specifically education and health. We've got a real focus on, you know, FMCG, retail, agric, trade club, Africa Trade. We're very passionate about Africa. And I've mentioned the trade products. Our trader ecosystem, which I'll go to next, my last slide. And the success measures, just quickly, is that we have all our clients have access to lending, because we all can't buy a house cash or a car cash, you know, if you think about it in our personal circumstances. So businesses as well, it's the same. You need that banking partner. So we're very disappointed when our clients come, they come to us, and then they disappear when the payments are supposed to come. You're like, guys, now why? And then you can't help this client, and then the business goes south. Obviously, stuff happens in the background. We all know about the bad debts and, you know, losses, etc., that the bank takes. That's not important. But what is sad is that this business that was promising is now gone, because we have taken the funds from the business and redirected them to other non-income generating initiatives, which is sad. So this is our new product, Susan. It's called the Trader Ecosystem. Unfortunately, my thing is blank here, so if you allow me, let me take the mic, to move like Zille did. Yeah, I saw her, I was learning. So Susan is a 24-year-old woman. She's a real person, by the way, and has been trading for 4 years. She's an independent trader with limited business skills, so that's where we come in. And she works within a small business network. She remains unbanked. You can see she's got a container. We see them on the side of the road. That's Susan, she's there. She remains unbanked because, banks don't want to bank her. We all just think, we'd rather bank the bigger businesses. And she relies on distributors to supply her with products. I won't mention names, but that has a lot of challenges. So she has to lock her shop because she's the only one there. So she has to lock up and lose out on her business for the day, to go and queue at a distributor or wholesaler to buy her goods. Right. Her products, beverages packed, you can see them, soaps, biscuits, and she's a very important member of the community, right? There's a lot of people that buy from her on the way back home. She runs a small grocery, we call it a spaza, container, for lack of a better word, I wish there was a better word, because container sounds, boxed in. But it's a permanent structure. She's not gonna move. So why don't we bank her? She's not going anywhere. You'll find her 4 years later, she's still there. And she's got electricity. So, can access all the banking products, right? Maybe the shop is small, limited shelf space, so she can only buy a few at a time. And she services all her clients from a sales counter. Sometimes she doesn't even own the shop, she rents it. She trades probably from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And is registered with the relevant authorities. So she's got the permit. We should bank her, right? But we don't. Why? She services about 50 to 150 customers in the neighborhood. So she's a very important person, contributor to the economy within that network ecosystem that she lives in, but doesn't have much information about the clients. But they're loyal clients, they come to her. She buys maybe from 1 to 3 major wholesalers nearby because she has to hire a van to go and fetch the stock. Or she has to take a Kombi to go and fetch the stock, walk, wait for the transport to take her back to her store. But she doesn't always get the best prices, because, it's the wholesaler decides, increasing prices tomorrow, and that's it. And I won't read everything, but I think I'm painting the picture. But how many Susans have we seen out there? But we don't bank them. Why? Why? So these are the questions. I will. That's why I'm here. So these are the questions that we, as Standard Bank Group, actually, I wish I could take credit for this one. It would be smart like Zinhle. But these are the questions that Standard Bank Group asked. And this solution has been launched in all our African countries because these clients actually need us. They need us. They need the bank to say, we as a bank are going to negotiate on your behalf so that the wholesaler doesn't charge you an arm and a leg, and then you're not competitive in your neighborhood, and then clients would rather pass you by to go to town, because your prices are so high. So they need us. And also they need us because from a payment method, there isn't an ATM nearby. And she collects the cash and then what? So what we've done we've just recently launched the solution, partnered through our Unayo platform. You saw Unayo. Those are one of the, this project really touches my heart. Because really when we actually went to visit about 200 of the Susans. And, guys, it was really, the challenges that the one lady actually had a baby, I think probably 3 months old baby. And we asked her, and she said she can't. I was with Kanye. Kanye's over there. Her name was Zanele, though, not Susan. And she said, I can't leave my child. Because if I leave her, what's going to happen to my soul? But you, as Standard Bank, have come here. We're still doing research at the time. What can you do for me? How can you help me partner for growth with me and help me grow my business? And this is what the trader ecosystem does. And we hope that in your communities, ladies, you will go and shop with the Susans. Yeah, the big retailers are good, but it's also good to go to the lady on the side of the road, at the market, in the container, and buy from. Because if we don't, who will? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nomfundo. Thank you. Can we give her another round of applause? Incredible to personalize something that we all intuitively recognized, right? All we had to do is personalize her, and we all know Susan. And the same way that you connected with her is the same way that Standard Bank connected with her. And we're just so excited by the solutions coming out of that, so thank you. And Nomfundo's comments, even through the trepidation, I think show that Standard Bank is future ready. You know, we're ready for what is today, and certainly in keeping with our earlier presenters' comments, just ready for what is to come. We're using all of our technology, all the data we can find to drive your growth, to drive our home's growth. And it's our hope that you feel seen, not just today, but through the Susans. You know, many of us can relate to Susan. If you were not raised by Susan, you did buy the salt, the bread, you know, the eggs for that day from a Susan around your way. So it's our hope that you feel seen in your completeness, in all the ways that are you. Umkolo gave us pointers. Research, we've done it. We do it. Intentionality about our clients' needs, we've got it. And our next presenter is going to be talking to us about solving problems. It can be. Our future readiness, I think, is demonstrated even by this lady's title. She is the coordinator for platform enablement and commercialization. Yeah? Never mind the title, she's going to tell you what that means in a very real and practical way. Please help me to welcome Ms. Diana Dlamini.
Good evening, everyone. This is a very overwhelming moment to be amongst such great women. I feel so inspired. Actually, I feel like my job, what am I doing? I could be doing more, like I could be making the money. What are the opportunities? What can I do? What's there? Yes. So the mindset, Zinhle, you've planted that already. If a woman has a chance to work, earn as full and equal partners in society, our families would flourish. And when families flourish, communities and nations will do as well. So that is why every woman in this room has a stake in today's seminar, like you count for something. It's an honor and a privilege for me to stand here amongst the executives, the decision makers, the influencers, the leaders. On behalf of UNAYO, I am UNAYO. Welcome. What is Unayo? I should be on slide 2. Unayo is an innovative way. I had a little discussion with Zinhle earlier on today, and she went on about how you guys have these products. So Unayo is one of those business solutions that we offer. Unayo is a digital platform that basically combines the simplicity of mobile banking with the sophistication of having an actual bank account. So that means that I as Standard Bank, I as Unayo, I am aiming to connect Eswatini's informal market, my Susans, with financial solutions. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. So I am taking the banking principle. You will never find a bank in Maloma. You will never find a bank in Maloma. But it doesn't mean Gutsi Lolo se Maloma does not need banking service. So what Unayo has done, we've taken the concept of banking, and through innovation, we have taken banking to the people, where with just a simple download of our Unayo app and registration, you have full access to all banking capabilities. What are those? That means on your Unayo app, you can actually do transactions that you would normally do with your bank account. That means you can send money to any bank within the country. You can send money home. You can send money to family members that do not even have banking accounts. I will not go into much detail, just an overview of basically what you can do. What is key for today's seminar is our Unayo merchant account. So a merchant account is an account that our Susans would use to transact for their businesses. It functions like your normal bank account. They can pay suppliers. They can also earn commission by using the merchant account to cash in and cash out funds. So it's such an easy and flexible platform to use. To register for a merchant account, it's just a two-step process. All you need is your key KYC documents, your ID, your payslip, and your proof of residence. Then you need your business documentation for you to register for a Unayo merchant account. So immediately, you have funds, your funds are available for you to use. How are your funds available? With Unayo, the flexibility of Unayo is you can make deposits at any ATM that is nearest to you. We also do have agents. Red Note is partnering with us to make sure we have agents all over the country where you can actually go in to cash in or cash out funds onto your Unayo to make it more flexible and more financial inclusion. Yeah, that's the word. Financial inclusion, yes, in the rural communities. So your merchant account balances are defined by your business turnover. That's a plus for you if I were to compare with another similar product on the market. Next slide, please. So once you have your Unayo merchant account, you have, remember I said you can earn commission through your account. You can sell airtime, both for Eswatini Mobile and MTN, and you can sell electricity. We do have a catch, an attractive catch for my Susan. A normal bank account has a service fee charge. I need to keep you alive. I need to keep your bank account alive. I need to maintain that account on a monthly basis. With Unayo, I do not have that fee. So I do not have any banking fees on it. I will not charge you for inter-account transfers to your Standard Bank account to your Unayo e-wallet, and I will not charge you when you cash in. I will not charge you when you pay electricity or when you buy electricity or airtime on the platform. The only time I'm going to charge you is when you send money to other banks. That's standard for all of us. I am still a business. Yes. So Unayo has everyone in mind. It's a solution to make banking easy, simple, accessible for everyone. Not just me, my foreigners, my foreign business nationals, they can have an Unayo business account. My refugees, my asylum seekers, it's an open solution for different people within the community. Next slide, please. One functionality that we have is the scan to pay. I'm not too sure if any of you are familiar with scan to pay. Yeah. Yes. So basically, on the Unayo app, Susan has her mobile phone with her account loaded and everything. I go to Susan and I purchase bread, for example, and I have my mobile phone. All I do is I open my Unayo account and I scan on Susan's cell phone, and my transaction just goes through instantly. So I do not have the need to actually carry physical cash. So scan to pay is basically a simple, fast, secure way of making payments. Normally at that merchant, you would find a QR code. Not all of us have smartphones. You'd say that my kids call them bom. Yes, there's that merchant code number there that you could punch in and perform your transaction to the end. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for your attention. Yes, for your attention. How do I get Unayo? All you have to do is go onto Play Store, App Store, or App Gallery, download the app. I have the main account that you can open is called a Lite account. All you need is your ID number to open your Lite account, and then you can upgrade to a Pro account, to a merchant account, or a business account. I would love all the ladies in here. Let's try it. Let's try it. You never know until you try. Yes. Thank you, ladies, for your time.
Thank you very much, Diana. There was no reason for you to be nervous. You were phenomenal. And I definitely want to try Unayo. I'm kidding, I already use it. I hope you've taken your comfort breaks, ladies. I hope your drinks have been refreshed, because this evening is only getting better. It is my absolute thrill, the height in my fangirl moment this evening, to introduce our next speaker. I'll tell you how I found out, not met. I met her today because God is good. But how I found out about Amanda, a colleague of mine at the group, a gentleman, very senior. I know he really wants me to say his name if he's watching online, but I won't. He sends me a link, and I'm like, okay, this is nice. We're very, he's one of my best sounding boards, so we get along very well. So he sends me a link out of the blue, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's the middle of the day, but all right, cool. If this guy sends you something, you open the link. And I open the link, and it's to a YouTube page, and I'm like, okay, this is getting really random. Did said person, mean to send me this link? And I open it. Within 5 minutes, I said, who is this woman? I said, excuse me? And she was interviewing a woman on that YouTube talk show, and even about her, I said, wait a minute, let's get both of them, let's get them on like prime time, let's put them out to the world. So the lady we're about to hear from now just has that kind of impact. I have a sense that she's never not been impactful. And it's actually humbling to be here today in this moment for me introducing her. If you haven't yet guessed who I'm talking about, I should give you so much more credit. Amanda Dambuza is the Chief Executive. Please go ahead. I definitely have to give her that time. Amanda Dambuza is the Chief Executive of Uyandiswa, a project management consulting firm she founded 8 years ago. She is also the founder and director of Leadership Development Strategies, a company founded in 2016 with the purpose of mentoring, coaching, facilitation, and identifying talent and team development. She was until recently also the Financial Services Director of the JSE-listed software organization, Adapt IT. Prior to founding her own companies, Amanda had spent most of her over 13-year corporate career in information technology within the financial services industry. Shout out to the STEM hands. I love you all, but the STEM hands are close to my heart. She held various senior roles at all 4 major banks in South Africa, with her last role as a Chief Information Officer at Barclays Africa, where she drove a change budget close to 1 billion rands for the functions of the bank. Amanda is also, this is going to be a series of ands. Amanda is also an author of the world-acclaimed book, Baked in Pain, a memoir about how she rose above her circumstances rife with segregation, abuse, and hardship to become a globally celebrated businesswoman and humanitarian. She also authored the children's book, A Brave Girl Named Aya, an educational story that affords caregivers an opportunity to tackle hard topics with their children in order to lift the veil of silence around abuse in their homes. It is a story of rising, of hope, of resilience, and hard work. She is also, I have time today. She is also the executive producer and creator of Vastly Sage Talk Show on YouTube, a platform through which she reaches audiences around the globe with the aim of affording them a space to tackle hard conversations in order for healing and transformation to take place. This show brings forth expert experience and shared personal life experiences with guests as well. She is also the creator of Vastly Sage Mentorship, a monthly mentorship platform. Hey, you guys don't need this bio. Yes, it's not. A monthly mentorship platform on YouTube where she imparts all of her lessons in business and personal life to help people reach a higher expression of self. This talk show and mentorship platform is ably supported by the annual Vastly Sage branch, which brings together a hand-picked selection of inspiring guest speakers who pour their hearts and souls into inspiring and motivating all those in attendance with moving stories of courage and going for your dreams, no matter what you have come from. A seasoned and highly regarded businesswoman, she was named in the top 30 women you need to know and applaud. We were talking about who knows you, who knows you need to be known and who needs to applaud you. Named in the top 30 women you need to know and applaud by Leadership magazine. Amanda is an awarded gender pioneer and children's rights advocate. She's part of the influential Women's Circle, which raises funds on behalf of UNICEF SA. She spends most of her time running her businesses and mentoring young and old in how to achieve the best out of their lives. I could go on and on and on, but it's going to be so much better to hear it from the horse's mouth. Amanda, it is a privilege and an honor to welcome you to the Standard Bank Blue Sheroes 2022 stage.
Ooh, thank you so much. I thought that was going to go on forever. So Linda, that was you. That's the Standard Bank person introduced us. It's wonderful to just connect with people and put all these, names to faces. But thank you so much for having me, Subu. I appreciate the invite. You ladies look amazing. Amazing. You really do. I guess it's really nice to come out, right? And just dress up, put on makeup, and come and rock it, right? It's been a while, hey? So this is fantastic. So I've been given some time, like as in how long I can speak for. But I mean, I did wake up at 4 o'clock, caught a flight at 6, and crossed the border and came. So please allow me, indulge me a bit. So at some point, I'm sure I'm going to get timed. But let me tell you a little bit more about myself, because all of these things that Linda has shared, which, by the way, thank you very much, Linda, you're doing an amazing job. All of these things that she has shared, I wasn't always those things. I hadn't always achieved those things. So one of the reasons I like to share my story is I don't want people to only just clap for the things I have achieved. I want you to know who you are clapping for, what it has taken for me to get where I am. So yes, clap for the outcome, but please, I really appreciate people who get to understand the journey, because the real achievement is in the journey, not the outcomes. So I was born to a dysfunctional set of human beings, a dysfunctional marriage. My mother and my father had hoped that I would become the boy that would save their union. You say, don't you dare say anything about my hair. So I was born to a couple that hoped that they would get this boy that would save their union. And of course, as God would have it, I rocked up this baby girl, and my father wanted nothing to do with me, and that was the last time I ever saw the guy, or ever, well, when I say saw, I was a baby, so I couldn't exactly see him, right? But the point is that he decided that he was not sticking around. So at birth, I was told I was not good enough. At birth, I was told, you're a girl, you're not gonna help us. You're not gonna solve our problems. You're not going to carry the proud clan, the proud Mtetwa name. You are not worthy. You're not worthy of my love as a father. That was my reality as a baby. My mother went and my father went their separate ways. My mom went back to where she had grown up, and she herself also left. My mother was 27 years old when she had me. I'm one of 3. I'm the last born. I'm not that kind of last born, believe me. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, I think I got a road deal. So my mother left and went to Joburg to find work. And unfortunately, she didn't return as expected. She chose to go and build a life for herself elsewhere and left us with her extended family. And that, my dear friends, was when I was told I'm an orphan. So we grew up knowing that we didn't have a mother or a father, or at least let me say, I grew up, because my brother was older than me. My sister is older than me. They changed our last names. Oh, our last name, sorry, all of us had one last name. English is on the bench. What time is it? They proceeded to change our last name because we were orphans and somebody had to take care of the school stuff. Now, as a child, I don't know any of you who've grown up without your parents, your reality is that you don't have parents. I think you've got this sense of just being like lost, but it's not something that people talk about, right? But everyone around me every parent had their children had their parents, or at least had a mother, you know? So every day, though, there were things that were happening that you could tell that, oh, this is because I don't have, right? I must have been about 6 or 7 when I was called in, and I was playing outside, and I was called in to come and meet this beautiful woman. See Diana? You see how gorgeous she is? Like, and that skin tone, my mother is like that, or at least used to be. Now the years have kind of been unkind. I'm joking, I'm just teasing. No, my mom is a little older now, she's 70 years old, so you still have great youth in you. But, you know, I remember walking in, and I was introduced to her, I was told, this is your mother. Now, there wasn't like some kind of like drum roll or, you know, stand here, let's just prepare you for a moment. That remember the lies we told you about being an orphan, actually, yeah, now we kind of have to come clean, you know? No, there was none of that. I was told, this is your mother. So, okay. Then I left and went to play outside. There was no fanfare, there was no drama. I don't even remember if she gave me a hug or didn't. It was just one of those moments where you're like, oh, okay. Then I left. But what started to happen is I started thinking, I started believing that my mom had come back from the dead because she loved me and she wanted to be with me. But she disappeared again. She disappeared for years. And what started to happen is it's almost as though she opened up this door to a world that I started to experience. Her presence and then departure started to open up a door where people around me started telling me how much nobody wants you. The reminder that, remember, your father rejected you. No, not remember. By the way, your father didn't want you. And now your mother is also gone. And as a kid, I'm like, okay, I didn't have that kind of intellect then. That was my reality. Now, when I'm older, I think about what kind of adults feel that they should do that to a child? Every single one of us carries some kind of wound, some kind of pain. People who hurt children are people who are deeply wounded. Deeply wounded. Of course, now, you know, I've seen psychologists, I've seen priests, I've made sense of my life. I can start to talk like this. I can talk like, you know, I'm the most enlightened human in the world. But the truth is that as a kid going through that, it was incredibly difficult. And I had an uncle who used to beat me up any given time. If I didn't switch on the lights at 6 p.m., I'd get it. If I didn't cook what he liked, I'd get it. If I didn't iron his clothes the way he wanted, I'd get it. I was 9 years old, 10 years old, looking after a household. You can read about that in Baked in Pain. So that was my reality. I had another uncle who decided whenever he had his own adult desires, he had me as his let out. I had aunties who kept telling me I would amount to nothing and kept reminding me how much nobody wanted me. That was my reality as a child. But I started to realize that this was my life. This was my life. So one of the things that I wished for when I was growing up was to become an adult. You see how I celebrate my years? You see how I celebrate every single thing about myself is because my dream came true. I became an adult. You know, you would sit with your children, you're like, what did you like to be when you grow up? Nobody ever asked me that, but I knew for a fact that someday I'll be older and I will be in charge of my own life and I will decide what happens to me. I had no control over what cards I was dealt as a kid. The people who were supposed to look after me did not do right by me. Yes, I had a roof over my head. I had food in my tummy. But I had no love. I had no protection. I had no nurture. So for me, to get to the other side of being an adult, I had to go through it. So I had to take it. It was my reality. I knew it. When my uncle came back from work, I even spotted his car a mile away. I knew that when he gets home, if he's like this, it's on. He's going to beat the living daylights out of me. Let me tell you why I also celebrate my life so much. Let me tell you why I am so deeply joyful. Every single day of my life as a child, I thought I would die. I faced death every single day of my life. And you've heard me say this, all those who listen to me, thank you, hello. You've heard me say this. I live my life as though I'm not gonna see the next minute. So everything I touch with a sense of, if this was the last moment I lived, how would I like to be remembered? It started back as a child. One time my uncle, I was, you know, rural, I'm sure a lot of people come from rural backgrounds here. We didn't have power, so we used generators. And the job of sucking petrol out of a car into a generator was mine. That was one of the ways I made sure that people needed me around there. I did all the jobs that nobody wanted to do. I ran outside to go fetch millies, thunder, lightning, you name it. I was running through the fields, fetching millies for people to eat. Because the other parents wouldn't send their children out into thunder and lightning. And I don't know about your thunder and lightning, ours was either sent by your grandma or your aunt. Grandma's lightning was the one. It had experience in it. You know the one that's got like sparks? But I was that person. During the summer holidays, I'll be out in the fields, blistering sun, I would work in the fields because I just wanted somebody to need me long enough until I became a child, until I became an adult. So I had to become quite strategic at a very young age. But it's not the kind of strategy that you probably want for your children. But the reality of life is that we don't choose the cards we are dealt. But what we do with them is completely up to us. But perhaps not for a child. So anyway, I was sucking this petrol out of the car into the generator, and the next thing, he clapped me so hard, he slapped me right here, and I blacked out. By the time I came to, he was dangling over me with a cigarette, and I had petrol all over my body. So in that moment, I figured, okay, I'm dead. He's gonna light me up. In another instant, he was in such a beastly mode, he chased me. I ran to his mother's house, but I couldn't get out fast enough, so I hid behind a hot stove. You know, welcome Dover. I hid behind that. And his mother tried to distract him so that I could get out, but he just wasn't going. I chose to stand behind that stove and rather roast to death than come out. It was the longest 15 minutes of my life. I won't tell you how I looked when I came out of there. But the point is that I faced death so many times as a kid. The fact that I'm here, 44 years old, still killing life, I'm like, thank you, God. So that was my reality. That was my childhood. That was my everyday scenario, my everyday. I started to predict what was going to happen. But the one thing I always paid attention to was school. Because coupled with this concept that someday I'll be an adult, I figured maybe if I get an education, maybe if I just stick to school and do really well, then maybe it will help me along the way. Yeah, I had all the options available to me: prostitution, substance abuse, kill yourself, run away. I had all those options available to me. But one day, I started having these conversations with God. Because you know what happens when you are in your deepest, darkest valley? You have to find something to hold on to. Some people go for substance abuse. Some people go for alcohol. Some people find something. I found my God. But my God wasn't in this image that you may imagine. My God was these conversations I would have with God when I'm busy working in the garden, growing vegetable things, guys, didn't start now. Was born with it. I started saying to God, surely it makes no sense that you brought me on this earth and I'm gonna now amount to nothing. There was just never alignment and congruence between what I was told and what God kept telling me. It did not make sense. But I was a child, so I didn't have the capacity to quite understand. But the one thing I can tell you is that the God I had back then as a child is the God I still have till today. It's the God I still have today. So God had to just get me through. So here's how I deal with challenges in life. I don't find ways around it. I don't go and see what's the quickest way to get around this challenge. I go through it. Because that is how I grew up. I had to go through my difficulties, my challenges. I had to go through the abuse. I had to take it every day. Because the only way to the other side was through it. So resilience for me is not something I just picked up yesterday. I had to train. I was trained in resilience. But okay, you see one of those options I mentioned, when I was 13, I ran away. So I took that option. I was like, maybe it's time. But what had happened over the years, my mom would come back in, come visit, drop off stuff and leave. And we got to a sense of where she was in Joburg. So the three of us ran away. My brother was 18, my sister was 15, I was 13. We just could not take it anymore. We ran away, rocked up at my mother's shack in Mshengoville in Soweto. 3 teenagers. My mother was 40 years old, had a new husband. When we rocked up at her place, me as the, young one, the last born, I was like, finally, I can be with my mother. I can have a mother. Finally, she can maybe just hold my hand and tell me that everything is going to be okay. That's what I had hoped for. But as life would have it, that is not what I got. How many times do you spend and awake and asleep and you dream of people? You hope they'll give you things that even they don't have to give you. This idea of I'm all alone is not something I just picked up along the way. I have had to deal with it. I remember before we ran away, I even wrote a letter to my mother. I asked her to come and get us, to come and get me. Because as the young one, I just didn't understand, why is she not coming to get me? She knows where I am. She knows where I am. So I wrote this letter and I said, please come and get me because I cannot do this anymore. She never came. I don't even know if she got the letter, but the point is that I started to become familiar with this concept that nobody was coming for me. Nobody was coming to rescue me. So I had to go through what I had to go through. So when we rocked up at the house, I was hoping that the first thing she would do is hug me and embrace me and say, oh, my baby. But it didn't happen. It was just a couple of days after that or so, she sent me to Lesotho. So I had come, let me paint the picture. I had come from the Transkei, where we were taught everything in isiXhosa. Even the English history lesson was in isiXhosa. I did not even speak English when I was 13 years old. I could not. I arrived to be with my mother. She sends me off to a country whose language I have never spoken, I've never heard. But a friend had convinced her that there's this great school, so I should go there. I don't know why only me. Why not these other two? So she sent me off. And then I get there. Needless to say, the school said no, because I do not speak the language. I do not know how to write the language. There were no prizes for guessing that, right? But I went and navigated that life by myself. Nobody came with me. I went and navigated that life. And as it turns out, the lady who had recommended this to my mother works at the school. So she knew that, it ain't gonna happen. But what I ended up doing in Lesotho is babysitting her blind mother. You understand why I had to write a book, guys? It's just like, this stuff is ridiculous. I sat in this little hut in a place called Hatsusang in Lesotho in the mountains of Maseru. It was dark. It wasn't just the mountain that made it dark. My heart was dark. I was going through so much. I'm like, I don't understand. I was just confused. But as I had done many years ago, or many years prior, or for as long as I've ever known, I had to go through it. So I sat in this little hut for days in, days out, learning how to read, speak, and write Sesotho. There's no better way to learn a language than we be with a grandma who's like 80 years old and can only speak that language. So you can say there was something good that came out of it. One day I caught the bus to go get some supplies from the city, from Maseru. The bus only came down our, I nearly said neighborhood. It wasn't a neighborhood. It went past our place. Once a week on Wednesdays. So I went to get some supplies, and I remember thinking, I was 13 years old, guys. I mean, think about your 13-year-olds. My daughters are almost 15. I still look at them and I'm like, I freaked out the other day because my husband left them at Woolies by themselves. I'm like, what? I was 13 years old in a foreign country navigating, right? I remember thinking, I really wish my mom could just come and get me. But it was the same wish I had had for years, so it was nothing new for me. And I remember thinking I was hallucinating because I started hearing her voice. And it turned out it was her, and she had come to fetch me. So that's how I went back to Joburg. But even then, there was no conversation. So I've always grown up and as this kid who's there but doesn't exist. Nobody ever talked to me about anything, about me, about what I like, about what I hope for. It's almost as though I just was dropped on this earth and that's it. You're on your own. You don't need pain for character to be built. So please do not inflict pain on your children or whoever is in your care, saying, I want to toughen them up. You are breaking them. And some of them never come back. Some of them never make it back. Those who do find many ways to numb that pain because the pain never goes away. You just learn to control the impact of the pain. You just learn to control how it affects how you show up and your own sense of worth. So I came back, I went and hustled because I had kind of like lost time with school. So I went to the township and I hustled at the school first to say, can I just at least write something? Did you see that spit? It went, I'm like, COVID. So glad you're far from me. You better sanitize this mic when I'm done. Nobody wants to see spit. There was a time when spit was actually like quite normal. You know those people who used to spit in your face? I'm like, there was a time when that was like, oh, Cho, my man, stand back. Now it's, oh, Jesus, I'm dead. Anyway, I went to the school and I hustled. They said no. I went to a second school and I said, I just want to write. And it was standard 8. And they said, yes, I wrote and I did better than all of them in the class and I passed. I did that because I just did not want to have a year wasted. So after all of that, the very next school I had to go to said to me, you're too young to be in standard 8, in standard 9, go back 1 standard. I'm like, okay, all right. Another challenge, let's go through it. Anyway, I won't tell you much about my high school years. They were interesting. But the one thing I made sure of was I was focused at school. I was focused at school. Came time to go to university, there was no money. And this time we had been moved to Orange Farm, living in... you see, the people who've seen my house, you know, if you've watched Top Billing or Insider Essay, you know the story about my house. I still have a shack in my house in Sandton, but it's my own terms. Some people are so confused, they're like, huh? So we had moved to Orange Farm and I asked my mom for some money to go to Wits University. I didn't know what I was going to do there. So I actually didn't even have like a concept of, you know, this whole process, you know, registration and first year application. So I asked, my mom gave me 5 rand. I got on the train, walked over what is now the beautiful Mandela Bridge, got to Wits, and this place was huge. This place was huge. There were people from all walks of life. You know that first week of, you know, that excitement, the grandmothers are there, the uncles, the goats, the cats, the dogs. Everything is just so animated. And a lot of people are so proud of their children because they've made it thus far. That's a significant milestone. I was there by myself. And I'm standing there thinking, oh, Jesus, where do I start? But then I reminded myself, I said, Amanda, remember, you are growing up now. That vision, that dream that you had of growing up, this is it, honey. This is it, so keep going. I did it, got to the registration desk, and I asked the lady, I said, I don't really know what I'm here to study, but I really would love for somebody to listen to my story. I'd love to tell them where I've come from and what I'm trying to do with my life. Nobody had ever talked to me about anything. So I thought this is a great opportunity. This lady asked me, do you have 4,000 rands registration fee? I said, nope. And she looked at me and said, get out of the queue. So I set my little butt there and I waited. And I understand that she had been dealing with a lot of excitement, 3,000 students registration. She had no time for me. Anyway, by the time 3 o'clock hit, so this is now a whole day affair, I hadn't eaten a single thing because, well, there was no money for lunch. The only money I had was to get there. And I actually didn't anticipate that this process would take so long. I thought someone would hear me and say, wow, okay, I'm quite interested in this young lady's story. Let's give it time. Nope. The world does not work like that. The world does not care about where you've been. The world is too busy trying to figure out where it is going. So anyway, she saw me at about 3 o'clock and said, you're still here, and shut her window and left. And then I literally had to I love those cartoons that show when someone is disappointed and they fall flat. And then you have to pick yourself up. Yeah, I had to do that. Then as I was walking, I think all of my life, that day, I felt just a little sorry for myself, just a tiny bit. But I had to snap out of it because there's no time for that. There's no time for that. I did not have somebody I could call and say, please help me or come bail me out. I've never had a backup plan. I've never had a backup plan. If I had something to deal with, it was all on me. So I did it again the next day. I was like, okay, well, let's go again. And this time, though, I was a little more prepared, porridge, peanut butter, I loaded. And I got there, did it again, and she was not interested. But something happened this time around. She didn't take as long to come back to me. She called me back again and said, what were you saying? So I said to her, and she asked me for registration. I'm like, Sissy, I really don't have it, but can I just talk to somebody? Because if I talk to somebody, you'll understand what I'm trying to do with my life, and maybe you can just point me in the right direction, because all I need is just a point in the right direction. She pressed this, these guidance office. And I can tell you that that's the best thing anyone has ever done for me, is send me to the guidance office. And guess what happens at the guidance office? You talk to somebody who gets paid to listen to children like me. It was a gift from God. I sat with this gentleman who was a psychologist, and I told him about where I've come from. I told him, I'm really interested in studying society. I want to understand society. I want to understand how do things hang together, how do people make decisions. I want to know what drives people to be in a certain way. Of course, I was trying to answer my own questions, right? That's how I ended up studying social sciences at Wits University, and I graduated. Best time of my life. I got to know myself. I got to understand society. I majored in sociology and social anthropology. I studied psychology. And one of the things that I learned through the process was there are no answers. There are no answers. You can spend the rest of your life trying to find answers. You're not going to find them. There is no, and I've never asked, why me, God? Because why not me? Who else would I have chosen for my journey? There are no answers. And it became even more apparent that there are no answers when I was 23 years old and I finally agreed to sit and listen to my mother. I was just not ready before that. 23 years old, I sat, and my mother and my sister sat down. And in the conversation, it transpired, it was the first time that I got to know that my sister also suffered the same sexual abuse I suffered when I was 23 years old. We were in the same house. We didn't know. Also, in the same conversation, my mother told me she knew. She knew about it all. And in that moment, God said to me, You cannot keep looking for something from someone who does not have it to give it to you. Every time I tell my story, people jump to my mother's defense. Oh, but you know, mothers are only human. I'm just telling you my story. Every single person in my life, in your life, they write their own part in your story. What part are you writing in people's stories? Because someday they'll stand up on a podium and tell the story. And yes, we put mothers on a pedestal. The one time I talked about my situation with my mother on my YouTube channel, I'm pretty sure I wept about it because it's a weeping matter. And I even joked and I said, it wasn't actually a joke. I said, I'm gonna start a support group for women who have challenges with their mothers. Because society says you can't say your mother abuses you. It's taboo to talk badly about your mother. But if your mother is a bad mother, your mother is a bad mother. The fact that they're human does not take away the fact that they're a bad mother. Okay? By the way, I'm not saying my mother is a bad mother. Maybe she is. I'll spend literally a couple of seconds talking about my conversations with my mother before I share quite a few things that I've written. I always say to my mother, I really wish I could tell my story without ever mentioning you. I really wish so, because I honor my mother. I will never disrespect my mother. In my entire life, I have never disrespected my mother. I've never raised my voice at my mother. I've never used bad language with my mother. Did her decisions put me in an incredibly difficult position? Yes. But that's decisions. At the time, it seems like the right thing to do, to leave your children with your extended family. Many families were receiving children like that. Not all of them abused them. So I always tell her, I say, I really wish, because how she receives it is different to how I experienced it. And I wrote Baked in Pain hoping that my mother would actually understand my life from my perspective, from my own point of view, because I actually allowed her the grace, I gave her the grace and courtesy that because she was not there, maybe she really does not understand. But my mother's story and I is still being written, let's put it that way. It is still being written. But the most beautiful thing, why is music playing? Why is somebody playing music? I know we're not at the Oscars. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap up now my story and then get on to the business part of the journey, because I love talking to female entrepreneurs. I love talking to women in general, right across, from all walks of life. Doesn't matter where you've come from, doesn't matter what your reality is. As women, there's something that's very special that connects us. And I absolutely love sharing my own journey. So anyway, I managed to get into Wits University. There was no money, so by month 6, I got the financial exclusion letter. Right? I had been queuing up for a bursary, but I was not poor enough. If you had followed the student protests in South Africa about the missing middle, I was the missing middle. What was the missing middle? You were not poor enough. You had one parent that was working. The fact that they were earning 10,000 rands was immaterial. Other children were more poor than you. They had both parents not working. So after many months of queuing up, I didn't get the bursary. So one day I decided, okay, I got the financial exclusion letter. So I went to the bursary office to just leave my mother's work details so that if something happens, something changes, they can call her and let her know. So when I get there, first of all, I mean, obviously I was disheartened because this is not helping my plan. When I got there, I spoke to the lady and I said, yeah, my mother's details. And then she says to me, oh, Amanda Sokangile. That's what I was before I got married. And she says, oh, a letter actually came last week. But she figured it's another rejection letter. So she gave it to me and said, oh, anyway, here's another letter. So I took it. And then you know, when you've been rejected so many times, I literally just I was about to rip it, but I thought, let me open it. And then the next thing, it was a bursary award. No, it was actually a student loan award. I promise you, I literally collapsed right there because I was just like, finally, I can get a break. You know, finally I could get a break. So anyway, I graduated and started my corporate career. I started at an insurance company that was dealing with, I was dealing with pension queries. Yeah, you read the story. After 3 months of that, in fact, by month 2, I knew that this was not, I had plans to live a good life, but this job was not really going to be it for me. Because I felt disempowered. I couldn't help an old lady that has walked 10 kilometers to get to the next pay station and they're not paid. And then my manager, how many of you run call centers? Yeah, I know you're not gonna raise your hand tonight. You were timed. 4 minutes was maximum that you could be on a call. So try and tell me how I can tell an old lady who has not been paid, is highly upset. How can I tell them, actually, I'm out of time now, bye-bye? I felt this was going against my values as a human. So I left and said, I don't care whether I have a job or not. I guess you would have thought that I should have stuck it out there, given where I've come from. But here's the promise that God made me back when I was a child. God said to me, you are going to prosper. God said that to me. So I was not going to settle for less. And I knew it. I knew this was not it. So I told a family friend, I said, listen, I'm leaving. I don't care. I'm leaving. You know that youthful thing, you know when you're like 21, 22, you think you're gonna conquer the world. And I was just like, yeah, I don't care whether I have a job or not, I think I'll be fine. And then he said to me, why don't you come? Would you like to join me? Oh, okay, thank you. You deserved it, Donnie. And he said to me, why don't you come and try out we've got some internships for project administrators. So I was like, oh, that sounds like a gig. So I went. And this job actually you were not really a project administrator. What I used to do is, you know when there's going to be a workshop, I had to make sure that the flip charts were there, the pens were working. I made coffee and tea for everyone, and I was really the scribe, you know. I took minutes, I ran around, and I did it with such pride and pleasure. It was a bad job for somebody else. For me, it was an opportunity to change my life. I worked for a company that offered training for project managers, and I went to every single training you could think of. I got qualified as a project manager before I even did the job, because I grabbed every opportunity. And that is what I do. That is what I've always known, because I've always had to rely on myself. Everything I touch it such that if I never get a chance again, I won't have regrets. And I'm not a person that comes from, I will get another chance. I don't know what that is. So there's only ever been one plan, and that's me. I am the plan. There's no, I'll call somebody else. And my business journey started when I was 23 years old. Because I'm pretty sure you were not really interested in all the stuff I've said in the last hour. You want to talk about business. My business journey started when I was 23 years old, and I started selling flowers. So I've always had this really this big conviction that nobody is gonna own my destiny. Remember, I was the adult now. Nobody was gonna own my destiny. And nobody was going to decide what happens with me financially, because that is how people own your destiny. When they have the purse and you don't. Honey, I love money. I love money. Money is money, good stuff. Yeah, makes it work. Makes the world work. So I told myself that no matter what happens, I am never going to be financially destitute. And remember, my attitude towards money is that my mother left me to go make money, and she never came back. So if anything, in my life, I have had to remove money as an obstacle. So I started selling flowers. I would wake up every day at 4 o'clock in the morning, go to the market, then go be at work by 8 o'clock in the morning. That was my first banking job. I started selling shoes. So I used to go to this store in Sandton, as I've always loved fine things. Even when I was earning 3,500, I'd be there and be like, "Whew, these are nice." So I went to this store in Sandton. I won't mention names, but it starts with an N, and the next letter starts with a W. It's 2 words. The first one is a number, but like when you say it. I used to go to that store, and like you, I know how to spot opportunity. So I said to this lady, "Tell me, what do you guys do with all your stock after the sale has ended? Because you still have a lot of things every time the sale ends." And she said to me, "Oh, we send it to this other place in town," and she gives me the address. And I was there the next day. I bought almost everything. I started selling it myself. I didn't know about rights, distribution, license. So I sold these brands, bags, shoes, belts, you name it. I even distributed to someone in Botswana. How I didn't get arrested, I have no idea. That was my entry into business. I always had a full-time job, but I knew that for me, if I lost the job, I was okay. I do multiple different businesses so that if one falls, I'm okay. Because nobody is going to own my destiny. I've had so many businesses. I've sold nail polish. I've had a hair salon. It was the only time I had a weave on, by the way. The year was 2006, I remember. So it wasn't these wonderful weaves that you guys now have that are like, you know, real hair. That was horse hair, whatever it was. So I had this hair salon business, and one of my guys said to me, "Amanda, we're going to have a launch of your hair salon. How are people going to believe that we do great work here if you don't, like, do something?" I did it. A friend of mine has this photo. Someday I will post it, maybe on my 50th birthday. The very next day I was back at the hair salon and I said, "Take it off." But I've done that. So I've done multiple different things. So you must understand, with the background I've given you about my childhood, for me, business is not about looking cute, being boss babe. It's not about, "Oh, let me show you how successful I am." Business is survival for me. It's always been a way of life for me. But my first attempt at full-time business wasn't what you think it may have been. I didn't just start rolling in it back then. I mean, like, I had to suffer. And every entrepreneur here knows what I'm talking about. And I really think we need to be responsible with what we say to people about owning a business. We need to be responsible because this sense of portraying this thing in social media leads other people to thinking there's something wrong with them if things don't go well. Because everyone is wearing blood shoes, LV bags, Boss Babe, you're in Emirates first class, whatever the story is. I think we have to be responsible about sharing our real struggles in business. And yes, if you're succeeding, please, babe, tell us. We want to know because it's encouraging. When you're struggling, tell us too. Don't keep quiet because now you're struggling. So my first attempt at business, I left when my twins were born. Oh, by the way, let me tell you about my husband. The one thing I absolutely love and adore about that man, I'll be married 15 years this year, been with him 16. I'm 44, guys. I know, I always think they've made a mistake on the birth certificate. I really have no connection to 44. Like, if I had to pick an age, I'd be like 34. It's possible that I actually got stuck on 34 because that's when I was still breastfeeding my last baby. And I always tell people when they're like, oh, what would you tell yourself in your 30s? I'm like, I don't remember my 30s. Because I was, kids, babies, right? It was that life stage. Anyway, the one thing I really appreciate about my husband is that he never tried to change me. My husband said to me, if you are not this independent, I wouldn't even be interested in marrying you or in getting married to you because he didn't marry me. I kind of had to say yes too. So it matters who you go to bed with. Pun intended. It matters who you surround yourself with. Even as an entrepreneur, especially as an entrepreneur. Because it can be so hard. You don't want people around you who keep telling you, but what are you trying to do? You left a nice job. You know this thing is hard. It's not going to work. And they take out their own fear onto you and you start doubting yourself. What if Zihle never took those opportunities? What if successful business women around here never took those opportunities? What if she said, no, forestry is for men, I'm a woman, I can't. So it matters who you are with. And if you constantly have to be spending your energy trying to convince people that you have a great thing going, you are going to be so drained. Find a different circle. Find different people. Don't go and tell your people that I said you must dump them, but so my first attempt at business was back then, 2007. My twin girls had just been born. We moved to a different city, actually more like a different country called Cape Town. We moved to Cape Town, and I quit my corporate job, and I wanted to be there for the kids. First-time moms, hey, that energy of, I want to quit everything and be a mom. I had that energy. I was back in corporate within 6 months. I started a business. When you make rookie mistakes, I have been a business person since I was 23 years old, but it was not business. I was just selling stuff on the side, okay? So it was not the kind of business I was starting to do, and I was not prepared for it. I was not prepared for it. I can tell you that I had opened a linen store, and then I opened a franchised business. It recently opened in our neighborhood, and my husband told the kids about it. So they came home one day, they're like, Mama, we saw the business where you drowned R1 million. I'm like, Mara, babe, why didn't you allow me to tell the story? Because there's great stories of entrepreneurship there. The biggest entrepreneurs in the world first tasted failure. So, I could have, done my motivational speak. But then it was like, see that business, Mama lost R1 million in that. I made rookie mistakes with that business. But there isn't a single decision, experience you have in business that is wasted. No matter how painful it is. The business did not work out. It was 2008, in fact, when load shedding started in South Africa. A food business that never has power. And oh yeah, it's 2022, we still have load shedding. I said I wasn't going to get political. I was talking about Swaziland, not... I was talking about, I committed to Eswatini, not South Africa. So that business did not do well. And the neighborhood that was in, this is a rookie mistake I made. It's in the mall, great opportunity, next to a big retailer. But I did not offer the main thing that the community needed, and that was a halal offering. So you have a food business in a neighborhood where most of the community is Muslim, and you can't offer that. Rookie mistake, right? I paid dearly. And by the way, the money was my husband's money. Now, first year of marriage, I took all his cash and drowned it in a business. Now, we're still married. And I think I've paid him 100-fold. I paid him back. I paid the household 100-fold. I've made up for it. But the point is that sometimes it looks like the right thing to do. It looks like a great opportunity. And that's what we do as entrepreneurs. And for me, I was actually saying this earlier to Sibu when we were having breakfast, that the riskier an opportunity is, the more I want in. I've grown smarter now, of course. I've learned a couple of things. And that was my first attempt at business. So I can tell you, I signed a 3-year lease with the landlord. At 6 months, I canceled it. But the landlord was like, oh, shame, man. Here's the bill for the whole 3 years. The franchisor did not even come once to help me. You'll never see me own a franchise. That I can tell you. I'll be the franchisor. I had brand new equipment that I had spent 600,000 on. I only got 80,000 rand 6 months later for it. They didn't help me. So that was my first experience as a full-time entrepreneur. Do you know what I did? Dusted myself up, called around, the CV, sent it around. I was like, I need a job. I went back and I worked because I needed to. There is nothing for me that is too much to do. I am never, ever more important than my dreams. So I went back and I worked. And it's okay. And I want people who may have had their businesses hit by COVID to know it's okay to take a step back. It's okay to rebuild. And I'm going to talk a bit more about rebuilding. And I'm going to go through those points quite quickly. But entrepreneurs get so ashamed when they fail. So you know what I did when my business failed? I was like, the business failed. I didn't fail. I was going to try many other businesses. I did not personalize the failure. As painful as it was, I did not say, Amanda, you're a failure. Because for as long as Amanda is alive, Amanda's going to keep trying. How many times do you look at your failure and make it such a personal thing? It would have been easy for me to say, oh, look at you. You are now really going to amount to nothing. They were right. Look at you. I refused to go down that road. I kept pushing on. And I went back, 2009. I was back in corporate working. I had left just for like a couple of months. I managed to pay back my debts by 2012. That's how long it took me to pay back my debts. And I'm not talking about the household debt. I'm talking about the landlord, the lawyers, the this, the that. Was I bruised? Yeah, proper. Was I terrified? No. I was like, I think I'm going to do it again. But it was just a matter of timing. It was about timing. And I left again in 2014. But the thing with entrepreneurship, when it's a calling for you, you don't even realize that, hey, you had that bad experience. You forget. It's like having babies. You forget what it was like. You go and have another one, and then you're like, oh, I remember what it was like. So when I left corporate 2014, my company is actually 9 years old. I registered it in 2013 and around August, and it was the 13th of August. And then I told my boss, I said, I'm going to leave the bank and run my own business. What had driven that? I started to feel like my destiny was in somebody else's hand. You know, the higher you go in the organization, in as much as you think you're safe, the less safe you are. But someone can argue, you were secure, you had a wonderful job. Yeah, the job is great, but I did not have something that was feeling secure because I had handed over my destiny. I was not doing anything on the side. So I decided it was time to leave. I cashed out 80,000 rands from my pension fund. That's all I had, because I was cashing it out every year. I've always used money to make money. And this pension fund money just sitting there and you must wait for another 60 years, it just never made sense to me. It's okay, I had a retirement annuity on the side, but the pension I could access, I'm like, let's go. So I left the bank with 80,000 rands and I put it into this new business. I didn't have a single client. What business did I start? I started a project management business. I had been in project management all my career in technology. I started a business that I knew if somebody let me down, I would step in and do it myself because nobody owns my destiny. 80,000 turned to 100 million business in 3 years. So what if I had let fear of past failures hold me back? I probably would have been fired at the bank because I'm just so cheeky and opinionated. I would have been okay. But the point is that you have to back yourself up. You have to back yourself. It doesn't matter what the outcome will be. Yeah, we can only hope for the best, but you are not always in charge of the outcome. You can't actually control the outcome whatsoever, but you can control your effort. You can control what you put in. You can actually also be smart about timing. After 13 years as a corporate person, and most of those as a senior executive, I had built up enough credibility for people to come to me and say, we want to do business with you. And that is half the battle won. I left in May, and by the way, I can tell you, there are so many things that ignited my leaving. One of them, outside of owning my destiny, I started sitting in these big exco meetings, you know the ones, the big ones, the ones everyone aspires to be part of. You know the ones to the direct group chief executive, those people. I sat there one day and I looked around and I was like, yo, is this the most effective use of my time? You know what happens, eh? Prior to that, what had happened The deputy chief executive, who was my direct client, I had worked day and night with my team to come up with the first prioritization process for the bank. Project prioritization, meaning everyone wants everything, but there's only this much budget. So what's important? It was a stressful process. There we are around the table. Everything has been agreed. We've met with every executive out. You know how you manage the stakeholders. Agreed, I would wait for him outside his offices and he'd finish his meetings at 8 p.m. He'd find me waiting outside his office. That time my family at home is there by themselves. I'm waiting for this guy. And then he comes, we agree on something. We go into this meeting. And because his colleagues start complaining, they want more money, what does he do? Turns around and says, okay, well, we can actually consider. I sat there, I said, excuse me? Literally, I forgot where I was. I was like, please, excuse me, what did you just say? He said, yeah, Amanda, you know, I'm still learning this whole thing. I was like, you are learning? I'm like, you get paid 37 million rands per annum. I don't even get 10% of that. And guess what happens? My children and my husband are sitting at home wondering when I'm coming home. And you are learning? I pretty much lost it that day, yeah. You know, like what happened with Will Smith? That's left. That's how you know someone is tipping over. Like, so we are all just a mere occurrence away from tipping over. We've had so much to deal with. We've had livelihoods that are lost. We've had loved ones that we've lost. We've suffered COVID. We've had to look after our loved ones with COVID. Compassion is everything. But one day I had gone to the CIO summit, and you know, summits are boring. This one is nice. The CIO summits are the worst. You know this. Every vendor is trying to sell you something. So on the third day, I was like, no, let me go surprise my kids at school. You know, I'll be early. You know, on the day where you're so proud of yourself because you just managed to do, like, you know, what you really hope you can do. Because I was always in town, back-to-back meetings. I could never get to Sandton in time for anything. So this time, I was there. And I rocked up at my girls' school. They were 7. They had just started grade 1. And there's my husband. So I said, oh, babe, why are you here? I'm here to surprise the girls. And he says to me, oh, the girls have a ballet concert. So I said, oh, why didn't anyone tell me? And it was my little girls who said to me, Mama, you never come anyway. That kicked me in the gut. That proper punched me. But guess what? It was God's gift to me. Because I was getting lost as a mother. My vision of being there for my children and being there every single moment of their life was lost because I kept thinking I have to solve the money problem. I kept thinking my mother left me because of money. So I wanted that to never be an issue. But actually, I neglected and actually wasn't even aware that that's not even the most important thing. Yeah, of course we need the money because school fees don't pay themselves, honey. But we can lose sight of what's important. And entrepreneurs, you know how much you put into your businesses. But don't let your businesses consume you so much that you lose sight of what's important. Because you're going to be left with all that money and children who don't talk to you. And you may not even be able to heal your own generational wounds because you're so focused on one thing and you miss the most important thing. Entrepreneurship, the beauty of it is the flexibility. You own your time. But you let yourself drown in everything because you're trying to do everything. Are you still with me? Please get up. I can see you. Please lift your arms like this. I know those with tight dresses, don't worry, you can just keep it down. Move your arms like this. Now please move your hips. Move them, I know you know how to. Come on. Move your hips. It's okay, you can also like give us a vibe. Yeah? Let's roll our shoulders. Back. Forward. Roll. And our heads side to side. Up. As up as you can. As up as you can. Thank you very much. You can sit down. So that's a bit of about myself. I know it was long, but I mean, I did fly all this way, so we put the time to good use, right? But I think it's so important for us to understand where we come from and how those things show up in the things we do every day. It is easy to want to settle for what people tell you you deserve when you actually know you deserve better. It is easy to just go with the tide and do whatever people are doing. But girls, let's go. Let's get in there. Let's do it. Let's get in those, you know, those jobs and those businesses where it's like, no, but women can't be here. Why not? What is it about us that's different? In fact, I've seen how women can achieve the most amazing things. We are mothers of nations. There's a reason for that. We've got power, we must own it. In business, you must hold your own. When you're struggling, talk to somebody else who's been down that path. You don't have to suffer alone. And I think the beauty of this pandemic period is that you don't have to feel like you are the failure, because we've all been affected. I went from a business that was turning over a good 100 million. We were killing it in 2019, guys. I had booked an incentive trip for my team to Mauritius. It was happening, and then COVID hit. 34% gone of the business. Projects we were meant to start, gone. Projects we started, killed. Rate, cut. Hours, cut. I'm going to talk a bit about some of the things that I've done. We're back to 2019 years, levels now, you know, it's fine. It's fine. I'm 8 years in now as a full-time entrepreneur, so I think I'm becoming a veteran of this thing. And I have multiple businesses because, again, if one thing goes wrong, I'm okay. If one thing goes wrong, I'm okay. So, can we talk a little bit about some of the steps that we can take to rebuild our businesses? I mean, I heard you're all successful business people here, but I'm pretty sure there's always an opportunity to change something, especially at the back of the pandemic. And all I can say is that if you are in a business and you are still doing the same things you did pre-COVID, your business is not going to survive. Many businesses were started during COVID because there's an opportunity. Oh, yes? Oh, quite a few. Show me hands. Who started businesses during COVID? Come on, girls. Well done. Well done, ladies. That's awesome. And that's the thing. So many people can look at challenges as obstacles, whilst others find the opportunity in it. But it's not only reserved for some. We can all do it. I know that saying you must take heart, that a lot of people have suffered the same. It may not really. Like, if you're in the middle of a tough period, it may not give you any comfort. But I think this is the only time in our lives as business women that we can actually just catch a breath. You know how we are constantly paddling? Like, being an entrepreneur is exhausting because you are constantly in solution mode. This is the one time that you allow yourself some grace to just take a breather, because we've all been affected. We've all been affected. Some more than others, yes, but we have all been affected. So if anything, I think we can allow ourselves to let this hang, instead of tucking in all the time, just like, it's okay. It's okay. It's a great opportunity to revisit how you have done business. Because even if you were successful, even if you somehow managed, I'm telling you, my business tanked 34%, but I still had a successful business in the middle of lockdown. I still had a profitable business in the middle of lockdown. I may not have taken my team to Mauritius in 2020, but I paid them really good bonuses. That's because, thanks, I don't really say these things so that I look cool. It's the truth. It's the truth. But that's because I built a business on solid foundation. But let me tell you something that you may not have counted on me telling you today. You cannot build a solid business on solid foundation if you yourself are not on solid ground. If your ground is shaky, you cannot do anything. So please invest in yourself as entrepreneurs. It's easy for entrepreneurs or business women to neglect themselves, because as women, that is what we do. That is what society has conditioned us to do. It's even worse when you become an entrepreneur, because you think you actually have to work so hard. Listen, entrepreneurship has its challenges, but sometimes people over-exaggerate the hardness. It's like, oh, it's entrepreneur, oh, it's tough. Every time you meet somebody, how are you, honey? Are you making money? Oh, I'm trying. Even when you are making money, you are still trying. It's as if we have to portray this hardship to people, because that's how we were taught. You remember when you told your parent that you wanted to be a business person back then, they're like, not an accountant, not a lawyer, not a... Business is not something that a lot of us were... no one spoke to me about anything, but I'm just thinking that being an entrepreneur or running a business is not something that we grew up with as being the option for even girls, right? So as a result, no, we're so conditioned that entrepreneurship is so hard. You're not going to be able to make money. It's possible that you don't make money for a couple of months. It's possible your business grows and you become successful. Please share your recipe with others. Don't go around claiming poverty when you're no longer poor. I think that is spitting in God's face. And I'm not cursing you at all if you're that person. I'm just nudging you to please change your mindset. Because a mindset of abundance is what builds businesses. But if when you have already made the money, you're still in scarcity mode, oh, it's so hard, I'm hustling. It doesn't have to be so painful. But remember, you take yourself everywhere you go. So many people are so used to catastrophizing everything. Everything is a catastrophe. Everything is a catastrophe. You lose one little contract, oh my gosh, my business is gone. What about your pipeline of clients? Focus on that. I lose business almost every day. What I mean by lose business, I mean I don't win every day. In fact, I win far less than what you would expect. I don't dwell on that. I am constantly moving. One contract doesn't come as I expected, okay, move to the next, because I don't have the luxury of sitting and dwelling on the losses. Otherwise, I would have no business. So I celebrate the wins, but I move quickly. I observe the disappointment, I move quickly. Every single businesswoman here will probably tell you the one biggest lesson as an entrepreneur is patience. You know, patience. And that's what I always tell my team. I say, be patient. We may have lost this one today. Believe me, the pipeline is fat. Something is coming. That's why you keep working. You keep doing the right things. Something will eventually drop. So be patient. Okay, I'm gonna go through these points quickly because I have no idea where I am with time. If you have not yet formalized your business, please formalize your business. You know, banks talk about funding people. Standard Bank talks about funding people. But they will not fund you if you're not fundable. They told you they're not a charity, they still have to make money. They're not gonna throw money at a business that is not formalized and has the right processes in place and the right controls, financial controls in place. So formalize your business if you haven't. So many of you have wonderful concepts, wonderful ideas, and I'm sure not in this room, but so many women have wonderful ideas, but you have not formalized your business. If your bank asked you today, please give us your last set of audited financial statements, will you be able to pull it out? Yes. Yes. If not, it's okay. It's never too late to start. And I think the opportunity to look at how formalized is your business post this pandemic is a great opportunity. So formalize your business, because when you've formalized your business, you are able to take stock of how bad things really are. You are gorgeous. Whose child are you? How old are you? I'm 24 years older than you. But I remember myself when I was that age. It's interesting. Well, thank you for the distraction. She didn't do anything, by the way. She just sat there and was pretty. So the only way you can take stock of how bad things are in your business right now is if you actually know where what is. And let me tell you something, you cannot wish your bad situation away. So in this process of rebuilding, of pivoting, of revisiting our models, we have got to be conscious of what we have got and what we are working with. So if you don't know how to do it, get somebody to do it for you. Talk to Standard Bank, because they have the services. Then entrepreneurs always think what they need is money. You don't always need money. You just maybe need some support and some guidance. Because maybe you didn't come from a background where people taught you cash flow management. Where people taught you that the money that gets inside the business bank account is not your money. So no Ford Rangers that are orange, I heard. I heard there's a thing here. Face the honest truth about your business is what I'm saying. And you can lie to us. We can like your picture on Instagram and see how successful you are as a business person. Only you know. And honestly, it's got nothing to do with us. So stop trying to impress people. Focus. Focus on what you need to do. I think it's such a great opportunity to build successful businesses at the back of what I see as a great, great opportunity. Number 2, what other resources do you need to rebuild? You cannot think your business is going to be the same. You cannot think you need the same things. You cannot think you need the same people. Everything has changed. Your clientele has changed. How they consume your services or your products has changed. So if you are in a position where you need to rebuild, find out what is it that you need. What other resources do you need? Because guess what? Standard Bank has them. I'm throwing Standard Bank under the bus proper tonight. They said they can. They can best. Many of you may have had, how many of you, let me ask the question this way, how many of you have had to let go of people during the COVID pandemic lockdown? My hand is up because I had to. I think what I have found to be the greatest opportunity is, as heartbreaking as that was, and a lot of us entrepreneurs are quite wired to help people. So taking away jobs from people is a very difficult thing. I know I'm in the job of creating jobs, not taking them away. But after paying nice big fat bonuses, the very next year I faced the harsh reality that I cannot keep going like that. At some point, you have to put the business above your heart. Above your heart. Sounds like a cold thing to do, but remember, you will have no business if you don't, which means you can't employ anyone, which means you can't make a difference in your community. I need to have a successful business for me to be able to do my humanitarian work. I cannot do anything for anyone if I do not have a successful business. And I think we need to get cold-hearted about how to build businesses that are succeeding well into the future. Because ultimately, if you want to run a charity organization, register an NPO. But if your aim is to build a successful business where you can make a difference in your economy by hiring people, by procuring your services from the right people, by supporting more women-owned businesses, by incubating these women-owned businesses, you gotta be successful, you gotta make some money, right? So I know women get uncomfortable when we talk about money. But how much do you think? Your makeup costs a lot of money. Your hair costs a lot of money. You know how beautiful you are, your jewelry is. So why must we feel uncomfortable about money when we are happy to consume what it can buy? You are no good to anybody if your business is not succeeding. You are no good to yourself if your business is not succeeding. So seek the help you need and trim where you need to. The greatest opportunity I had in my business was COVID. Because I started having roles that I didn't need, but I was busy creating jobs. You know, oh no, let me create a job. I'll create something for you. Come, I'll create something for you. And COVID hit, and those roles were exposed bare, that I did not need them. But I didn't let people walk away with nothing. I still looked after them. But the understanding is that what you may need into the future is not what you had yesterday. It's not what you had yesterday. In fact, I have so many things that I'm changing. You talk about letting go of people. Hey, I fire people, Shem. Not every day. Every now and then. Because you make a mistake sometimes. I'm very good at hiring very good people, but sometimes I just make a mistake because I just create a job for someone. And then what happens? It smacks you in the face. And the minute you accept mediocrity in your company, you are done. Because that becomes the standard. In fact, it's not just about business. In life in general, in your job, in your corporate job, the minute you accept mediocrity, that becomes the standard. Refuse to accept that. And I don't think you can be an entrepreneur if you do not know how to get tough. Okay, let's just say you're going to be a very weepy entrepreneur. And with time, and when you see the results, and you treat people with dignity and decency, and talk to them about the realities of the situation, with time, you become okay with it. Because ultimately, nobody is bigger than the business. If you have anybody that's bigger than the business, you have a serious problem. Number 3, revisit your business plan. It always feels awkward for me to talk about business plans because I've never done one. I know. So I feel like a hypocrite sometimes when I talk about business plans. But let me tell you, I had a business plan. I just didn't write it down. Because I'm a highly photographic person. Like, I don't even do vision boards. I've never done a vision board in my life. Okay, the one time I attended a session where they said we must do a vision board. So find your own rhythm. Find what works for you. For me, I was very clear. I'm good at this. I can see an opportunity. This is how I'm going to go about it. Let's go. I don't overplan. I don't overthink. I am a typical entrepreneur. I build it as I fly it. And not a lot of people can keep up with me. And that's another challenge we have as entrepreneurs. We're constantly trying to hire ourselves. Maybe I need a couch because I'm going through that. My plan was to step back next year. 45 years old next year, my plan was step back from the business. I wanted to focus more on my charity work and all of that. And then I lost my entire management team. And what happened? I have to start again. But that's business. You're starting constantly every single day. It is life. They didn't leave because I'm a bad boss. I'm really good. Even when I fire people, I fire them with a smile, like with decency, you know, because they know, you know, when someone says, you know what, you're right. Because I'm fair. I am fair. You have to treat people with respect. Doesn't matter how much they frustrate you. So revisit your business plan. But revisit it when you are less emotional, especially if your business has tanked a bit. Because we like to think the thing we started with is the thing we must keep going with. You know, you hang on to this dry bone even when you can see there is nothing on this bone. But no, I have to keep at it because I cannot prove people right. Because people said I was not going to be successful at it. Let me keep at it because if I don't, I am proving them right. Guys, nobody can live your life for you. Only you can live your life for you. You know, in our culture, we have the saying that isicathulo sidla umniniso. Yeah? Only you know. You can look so beautiful in that heel, eh? And you are dying. And you look so sexy. You know those ones that go for a long time. That heel that goes on for a long time. And it looks so sexy. And you are dying. You are dead. Like your feet are purple, blue, and green. That's your life. We can look and be like, oh, sexy. Like, what do you think you're going to do differently? One person does makeup, they all do makeup. You end up with people that all look the same. Let's not be afraid to step into the unknown because that's where the opportunity is. How are you going to? This is why we end up not making so much money. Because remember, if I'm making flowers and Diana's making flowers, that means I have to try and undercut her on price. She tries to compete with me on price. You end up not making money because you're busy messing up with your own margins. And you're fighting against one another. That time, our brothers are killing it in engineering, in asset management. No one is like talking, no one is, scratching each other over margin. You have access to these things. You are highly educated women. You have access. So what is the fear about? And I have never, I got into technology back when there was no other person like me. I'm so happy to say that since I left that place, there's been plenty like me. So the question is, every day you think about yourself as, oh, I'm a woman, I can't do that. You won't be able to achieve anything. There's opportunity where you are a minority because you can change it. So please, I'm going to make an example. If it's also, again, the thing that bothers me. Everybody is selling hair. Okay, if that's the thing you want to do, I respect that. I don't ever look down on any business. But can you please find something that differentiates your hair? So if you're all selling, and I'm not picking on the ladies with hair, I'm just saying, for you to be able maybe stay in that business, yes, but then find, I don't know, back then I think the person that found Peruvian or whatever was the one who revolutionized it, right? Or like did something different. So do something that sets you apart. But there's plenty other business opportunities out there. We just have to go find them and get ourselves in there. We're not all going to be making the same dress. The same dress. agreeing for people to send me stuff. Firstly, because I don't really need it. So I always tell people, please don't send me anything. Use that money to grow your business. Because you wanna send me something and then I don't like it. I don't say anything about it on Instagram. So you've wasted your money on me. And really, it's okay. I don't need it. I'm okay. Because they all send me things on. I'm one of those people who does not try anything on. I will die if I try anything on. So I must undress like all of the layers I have on, and then I must try something on. Do you know how much time that is? And then it's hot in there, and those mirrors are not kind. I think the mirrors chased me away. I was like, I'm never doing this thing again. You see things that don't exist, you're like, huh? How do they get, am I the only one that has that problem? Where do they get these mirrors from? It's like these mirrors are purposefully put there to humble you. What will it take for your business to recover? Or how much money do you need to pivot your business? And this is something that a lot of entrepreneurs don't pay attention to. Do you need funding? And don't rush straight to that as the first question. No, I always say leave funding as the last thing when you've exhausted all your options. Where you are making money, where there's income coming in, you have the ability and the opportunity to use that income to fund your business. So don't always run for funding, but be clear, is that what you need to take your business to the next level? And have the conversation with your banker. However many you have, have the conversation. And be open and honest. Guys, if there's a set of people you can be honest with, it's bankers. Because they have access to your account. They have access, so you can lie all you want. They're going to look at you and be like, mm-hmm. I must tell you, with my business, I never needed funding for my business. Because, okay, except the 80,000 I put in there that the business paid me back. I started a business, and when I started getting in, so I took some time off, stayed home, I stayed home from May till August, but my aim was to actually take the whole of 2014 off. Again, I don't know where I was getting this boldness, you know. It's not like I had piles of cash. You know, when you're in a corporate job, you think you have money. There's a phantom thing about the money you earn in corporate. Because it comes on the 25th every month, you think you have it. You don't. It's very little because you use it. And this idea of I'm always going to get money on the same day gives you this phantom thing that you have the money. So you end up, I mean, I'm sure you know, you are bankers. I remember when I was an executive, I probably had 3 credit cards. I didn't need them, but they were given to me because I'm important. I've got stature. That's debt. So anyway, when I started my business, I killed off some debt. So for all those people who are planning to transition, the first thing I did when I registered my company was start killing debt. Because I was like, okay, I don't need that credit card. In fact, I don't need a credit card at all because I'm not going to have income for the whole year. That was my thinking. I'm not going to have income for the whole year, so get rid of debt. So you start planning it properly. And my husband offered to give me some money. I was like, no, I'm okay. I think by month 5, my husband sat me down and was like, baby, are you okay? Like, you okay for money? I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. Because I planned for it. I didn't have debt. I wasn't spending much because I was sleeping. I was burning out, so I was sleeping. Sleep saves you money, guys. Don't think I'm lying. Think about how much you spend when you go out with your friends. Please do go out with your friends. But what I did, and I don't know if you guys have it, I became part of an enterprise development program. So where a large corporate incubates a smaller business, gives you offices, shared infrastructure, and etc. So I got that as an opportunity, which meant that I didn't have to pay rent for a considerable amount of time. I think it was 3 years. But that's, I don't know if you have programs like that here. No? Okay. I think you should talk to the corporates, by the way. Even if it's not a policy, they have so much space, they don't use it. You should talk to Standard Bank. But I didn't need funding, and I'm gonna start rushing through. I'm gonna start rushing through to my points. But I got to a point where I bought a business, and that business was funded by, it was vendor financed. And this business I bought for about 18 million rands. And I remember my bank kept knocking on my door and said to me, can we please fund you for this business? Because for years I didn't need funding. And I said, no, I mean, I'd love to get your funding, but it's already vendor financed, so what are you gonna do for me? And let's just say no pressure, ne? I ended up with an 18 million rand loan at no interest. That's a gift for an entrepreneur. I can tell you guys, I'm paying it off next year. Anyone who has business debt knows that the day you pay off that debt, oh, you have no, it's like you can finally start living for yourself, you know? So anyway, I don't know if Standard Bank has those deals. Number 5, develop a budget and account for every spend. Get formal with your business. Please, you cannot spend money you have not budgeted for. A budget in your business is just as important as in your personal life when you are struggling with your financial planning. So budget, and budget properly. Don't spend it if you have not budgeted for it. Number 6, have a defined timeline. Defined timeline. In business, it's the only time I'll tell you have a timeline in business, it's when we talk about business. Know when to call it. Know when to call it. It's pointless being irresponsible with your family, with your children's dreams, just because you are chasing this entrepreneurship dream. I just don't think that's fair. Know when to call it. I called my first attempt at full-time business, I called it after 6 months. As terrifying as that is for a lot of people, it's like, sure, you couldn't even just keep going to 12 months? No, it was not gonna happen. I could see it was not gonna happen, so I had to count my losses. So know when to call it. And only you know how much you've put into your business already. Only you know how far you can go. Only you know how much you owe banks. Find another way. Know when to call an idea. I'm not a person that's gonna tell you keep persisting, even when you can see that, because then all you're gonna do is pile up more debt because you're trying to push this idea. Know when to call it. We have to reimagine and transform. We have to reimagine and transform. I cannot imagine that your business, it will still be the same tomorrow. I cannot imagine that. You have to learn to transform. Don't be too married to the idea of the old business. Don't be too married to the idea of that old business. Learn to let go. You know, entrepreneurs treat their businesses like their babies. You know how you speak, oh, it's my baby. I only have 3 babies and they're my children. Business is a business. I'm there to build the business, make money, flip it, exit. I have no interest in building a business that my children are gonna run. My children, I think my son will be, I don't know, a parkour professional. You know what a parkour professional is? Stuntsman. My son is gonna jump from wall to wall for a career. And there I am building a project management business for him to run. And then I drag him out of his wonderful passion that can take him around the world, and he can be in movies. By the way, my son is 11. He'll probably change a lot of careers down the road. But the point is that, what was the point? I'm tired now. Don't be married to the idea of the old your business. Thank you. Businesses are not your babies. They're businesses. Remove the emotion, because that is what's going to get you. First of all, you keep going with an idea that's long dead. You keep trying to beat a dead horse. Is that the right English? Okay. And no, it's actually a very serious point, because this is one of the things I deal with the most with entrepreneurs, with women entrepreneurs, is when do I know it's no longer it's not working? I'm like, only you know. Only you know. I can tell you, keep going, and then I go home, count my coins, and you got nothing. I'll never tell you to keep going when you know you've already given it everything you possibly could. I'm going to finish shortly. Hire the right team. Hey, these people show you flames. And it's not like you get better at it. It's like lotto, you know? You are lucky to find the right people. You're lucky to find committed people. And you know, and you probably know, I mean, in South Africa, people think they must get equity in your business. It's like, yeah, no, I'll come and work. So what shares am I getting in the business? I'm like, how much did you put into the business? How much of this millions of debt have you helped me pay in the last 4 years? What risk have you taken? You can walk out of here anytime. Anytime you can walk out. What risk have you taken? So being an entrepreneur, you're constantly facing battles in trying to find the right team. But you have to keep going, because you can't do everything yourself. You'll die from stress. So outsource what you need to outsource. Don't be so married to doing everything yourself. Find some funding from Standard Bank to fund your business. Hire the right people, and you have to keep going. Even I am terrified to hire people now. Terrified. And nothing scares me, guys. You don't understand. I have zero fear in my body, but I'm terrified to hire people. I've had such bad experiences. I've had wonderful experiences, but I've also had really bad experiences. And you know, we joke about, oh, fire them. It's not nice. It's the most gut-wrenching thing. It's not nice to part with people. So if you can, take your time. Take your time. And know that it may work or it may not work. But you have to keep going. Number 10, plan for the next crisis. And this is my last point. Plan for the next crisis. Because a lot of businesses, would you like to join me, ladies? Would you like to join me? Plan for the next crisis. This COVID pandemic took almost everyone completely by chance. Okay, maybe except Bill Gates. But it took all of us by surprise. We were not prepared for it. So we already know, so we've had the opportunity. So plan for the next one, because it's coming. It may not look the same as this one, but something is going to come. You may lose one of your biggest clients. Plan for the next crisis. If you know you have a reliability on one client, start planning to have more clients. Build your pipeline. Don't rely on one client. Never rely on one client. Because when they're gone, you have no business. And also, I think it's so important to understand what kind of business have you got? Did you just leave corporate to create a job for yourself, or are you building a business? Because if you left corporate to just create a job for yourself, guess what happens? In corporate, you had Sibu, who did brand marketing, PR. You had HR, you had ops, you had the cleaning service, facilities management. You had all of that. All you actually had to worry about was your job. And then you left. Guess what happens? You do all of these things now. There's no longer access to all of this. So be clear about what you're trying to achieve with your business. In fact, what kind of business are you building? Don't fall into the trend and trap of, oh, we must build generational businesses. Guys, not all of us are going to build generational businesses. But guess what? You can build a highly successful business where you make so much money that generational wealth becomes a thing of the past in consideration. That you solve that problem and your children can become whoever, whatever they want. This concept of, oh, I want to carry my legacy, my name. You'll be dead. What do you care? Don't just do it because other people are doing it. It may not be in your path. But maybe it might just be the thing that your children need, that money that you are able to build from a successful business is the thing that's going to enable their dreams. I have friends who've been forced into family businesses and they're miserable. They're miserable. I know I'm going all over the place. I'm closing now. You have to look after yourselves. You have to look after yourselves. Because the next crisis could be you. Could be you. When you are not okay, when you are not well, when you are not looked after, when you have not taken care of yourself, nobody around you is okay. So whilst you're busy trying to kill yourself, being everything to everyone, just remember that you are actually doing it's counterproductive. Know when to step back and take some time. Find your quiet space. Because there's so much noise in our lives, there's so much noise in business, there's so much noise in personal lives, jobs, things, church, charity, you name it. We need a space where we can just be silent and hear ourselves think, because that is where we find solutions. That is where we become our most creative. So I've somehow made something of my life. And I'm pretty sure that those conversations I started having with God were building my belief in myself. I had to rebuild the foundation though. So only you know what you carry. And because you know what? Whatever you carry shows up in everything you do. An entrepreneur that doubts themselves is an entrepreneur in trouble. But doubt comes from somewhere. Something instilled that in you. So find out what it is. Because if you can control that, if you can deal with that, you'll show up differently for yourself. Fear comes from somewhere. Find out what that is. So spend time getting to know yourself. You can't be constantly slaying dragons. It's exhausting. Find some peaceful time and be quiet and find where is your north? What's that next thing? And I have found businesses that are solving a real social problem are businesses that are thriving. They're businesses that are thriving. I've never been successful at having a business just for money. As a result, I don't get into business just for money. The money comes because I have a purpose-led business. So I think the opportunity in this time is that we find problems that we can have real solutions for, because those have longevity. Many people try to pull me into PPE, this, PPE, that. I'm like, guys, I have no interest in it. No, but we're going to make a lot of money. I'm like, I don't need more money in my life. Not because I have so much money. I just don't need more money. It's not going to change who I am. So I hope that you somehow focus yourself, refocus and restabilize yourself. Seek the support you need. I really think we can talk about Standard Bank here because we're being hosted generously, thank you. But the point is that there are so many resources available to you to support you. It doesn't have to be money all the time. Sometimes it's just actually to talk to somebody to say, yo, I'm seeing flames. Hold my hand for a moment. But thank you so much for having me. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I know I took up a lot of your time. I apologize, but thank you very much. Nobody stopped me. That's the problem. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One thing about inviting a woman onto the stage is she will deliver. Oh, that was phenomenal. Thank you. Thank you so much. Was that authentic? Yeah. Was that inspiring? Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. No, thank you so much. There's Brave, and then there's Amanda Tambuza. One of the things that happens when something is meant to happen is you get the synergy that we've had in this room tonight. I'm picking up a thread throughout the proceedings. We started with the question, who are you? And we went through, it has something to do with being seen and the importance for us, perhaps as women, but I think it's really just as people, of being seen. And then we were at, I will decide what happens to me. And I love that. That makes us look at our circumstances differently. I mean, did you pick up the language? This is where I'm too much of a STEM hun, but did you pick up the language that Amanda was using? It was acceptance. You know, there was peace about it. And somehow, beyond all of the difficult content that she shared, there was still hope. The circumstances will be the circumstances. And if Amanda is evidence of anything, it's that you will get through it if you go through it. So, wow, thank you so much. You've reminded us to be brave with our stories, to own our story, to be our story, and importantly, to tell our story. Yeah, so I think that's a brilliant way for us to go into what is almost the end of our program. We don't get to just meet the Blue Sheroes on the PowerPoint presentation. They are actually in the room tonight, and we really must, can, and will take the time to meet them and applaud them. So I will invite Nomfundo. And Amanda, please, will you come back as well to help us hand out these awards? There's no such thing as a free lunch. And you're welcome to the stage so we can meet our Blue Sheroes for 2022. So please, can we have some help, some manpower? We just need to move this out of the way. Thank you, gentlemen. Testing. Okay, introducing our Blue Sheroes for 2022. Drum roll. Zindla Matabula, Lifespan Diagnostics.
And next we have, I don't want to say it, Singhild Russell-Victon. And we have Faith Madlala from Crown of a Natural. And next we have Nomfuneko Njangase from Food Heart. We also have, mic is working, Lomgcino Masego from Lomgcino Farm Produce. Ah, wow, girl. From Lomgcino Farm Produce. Wow, girl. Next we have Ketsiwe Dlamini from Red North Africa. Next we have Ketsiwe Dlamini from Red North Africa. She's helping us with the Susans. We love her. We love her. We also have Maibizo Nomfundo Ngumalo from Top Tier Cakes. Also have We also have Ndaya Dorcas Lukoji from the Waffle Place. Coming for the waffle. Also have Lukoji from the Waffle Place. Coming for the waffles. We also have Nomsa Cecilia Ngumalo Moyo from Soprak Inc. We also have Nomsa Cecilia Ngumalo Moyo, Soprak Inc. For us, very beautiful, inspirational, dynamic speaker, Amanda. Thank you so much. This is all made in Eswatini. The gin is local, everything is local. Enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy. Thank you. Thank you for all our Blue Sheroes 2022. Round of applause. Over to you, Linda.
Ladies, it is with joy and a significant amount of pain that I announce that we are at the end of our program this night. It has been a long evening, but it's been an absolutely phenomenal evening. All thanks to you. Thank you so much. Mine is really just to close out our evening with thank yous. Thank you first to Standard Bank. Standard Bank is a business. Thank you, Standard Bank. Thank you, Nomfundo and Sibu, for hosting us. Yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you to our phenomenal marketing team. They are all over the room, making sure that this has been what it has been. Thank you to the technical team. Thank you to all of you joining us online. And thank you to you, our phenomenal clients. We can't do this without you. You are the Eswatini that is our home. Thank you for honoring our invitation and for being such a beautiful and attentive audience. I also, before you go, I know that we do still have the stores outside. Please do reach out and support the teams there. They've also been here for most of this evening. And I really want to say that I hope you felt seen this evening. The Sheroes who were named today and otherwise. I hope you remember Amanda said, the real achievement is in the journey, not the outcome. I hope you can all become STEM hands. I'm kidding. That was just a reminder to please support the marketplace outside. It's our hope as Standard Bank Eswatini that you will tell your story and that we will be a part of it. Together, it can be. Thank you. Travel safely back and really thank you, everyone, for this evening.